would like nothing more than to pull us into the mud of a protracted government shutdown.
Other Democrats who oppose what they say are spending cuts to key programs in the bill are angry at Schumer. Here's Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal.
The Trump administration is planning to appeal a legal setback to the president's layoffs, cutting the federal workforce.
2 federal judges ordered the administration to hire back thousands of probationary employees. One judge saying the sheer number of employees that were terminated in a matter of days belies any argument that these terminations were due to the employee's individual unsatisfactory performance or conduct.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Talks continue between the U.S. and Russia on a ceasefire plan Ukraine has agreed to, but Russia has not. NATO leader Mark Rutte, who had talks with President Trump yesterday, just told Fox.
It's not entirely clear how they responded. It seems at least that they didn't say no, and that's good. So I think more work has to be done.
Russia's leader says he is open to a ceasefire, but not on the terms Ukraine approved. In New York City... That was at Trump Tower, protesting the arrest and attempted deportation of a former Columbia grad student in the U.S. legally with a green card. The Trump administration accuses Mahmoud Khalil of supporting Hamas terrorists and anti-Israel protests at Columbia last year. Now, last night, Homeland Security agents searched 2 student dorm rooms, though no one was arrested, no items taken.
Meanwhile, the school says it is punishing students who occupied a campus building last spring with sanctions ranging from suspensions, temporary degree revocations, and expulsions. The announcement follows the Trump administration pulling $400 million in federal grants to Columbia.
Tanya J. Powers. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
When they get here and what they could do. Mostly cloudy and 55 degrees in the Circle City. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 9:02. The first set of storms are supposed to arrive to the Indiana-Illinois border this evening.
Probably around that 9 to 11 p.m. time frame, and then they'll march eastward through the state.
Cody Moore with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says you'll need to watch out for damaging winds, heavy rain, and possible tornadoes in the overnight hours. Indy Parks is looking to fill 400 seasonal jobs this summer. Lifeguard positions are available for $15 an hour, with camp counselors being hired for a starting rate of $14 an hour. A sign-on bonus for $500 is available for those who get hired by April 4th. Job fairs for these positions will be held at Christian Park March 24th through the 27th. Apparently, people want to live in Indiana. Chris Davis with some backup for that.
Indiana's population is now just shy of 7 million people, says research from the IU Kelley School of Business and Indiana Business Research Center. They show more than 30,000 people moved to Indiana last year, which is called intentional migration. Combine that with births, and the state welcomed more than 44,000 people in 2024. 73 of the 92 counties had increases in population. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A 7-car crash in Tippecanoe County Thursday afternoon, just before 4 o'clock. Police say it happened at the intersection of State Road 26 and a county road. A few people seriously hurt. Toxicology results are pending. Toys, action figures, anime, and more will be on display in Indianapolis at Indiana Comic-Con at the Convention Center starting today. Dan Farr helps put the show on.
The big thing is it's a celebration of pop culture and fandom. So if you enjoy Marvel movies or comic books, or you're into like collectibles or T-shirts.
He says they also have a wide range of celebrity guests like actor Rainn Wilson from The Office. Comic-Con runs through Sunday. WIBC traffic now with Matt Baer.
All right, John, crash on the east side, Massachusetts Avenue at Sherman Drive, and northbound 65 slow out of the north split to Meridian Penn. Traffic sponsored by PureTalk.com. It's time to ditch big wireless. Pure Talk gives you unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month on their 5G network. Dial pound 250 and say keyword switch now to save 50% off your first month. I'm Matt Baer with traffic on the 5s. Follow us at WIBC Traffic.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office. 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Your American Standard Heating Weather Center forecast.
Sunny and breezy near record highs today, a high of 80. Wind advisory overnight, mostly cloudy with scattered severe storms after midnight, a low of 62. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Marcus Bailey for 93 WIBC.
And I'm Sean Herrick. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. 9:06, time for Kendall and Casey.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Big announcement.
Today's the day we make a big announcement.
Today's the day we make a big announcement about our big event. But not yet.
Not yet.
Well, why would we give it away in the first segment?
That's true.
That's insanity.
That's like Radio 101.
Absolutely.
Tease it long enough. Keep everybody hanging around. It is worth the wait, though. You're really going to want to hear this announcement. You're going to want to know the info.
Yeah, it is the Kendall and Casey show. I'm Rob. Casey's here. Corbin's in for Kev today. And so coming up here just a little bit, we will have that big announcement for you. But first,
wait a second. You're wearing a new shirt.
I am, absolutely. It says, and it was given to me by my friends at the Hoosier Liberty Pack.
And that's how long we've been working together. When you have a new piece of clothing, I notice it.
Rob owns 3 shirts.
There's something new in your wardrobe.
Of course, one of our cameras is still not working, so you can't see it up close. But for those of you on the YouTube here, I don't know if I stand up here. I don't know.
Show it off.
There we go. I don't know.
It's green.
Yeah, it says, and I'll be wearing this on Monday at the property tax rally. It says, cut property taxes now.
Very nice.
How about that? And it's
I
green.
like it. Yeah.
And so we will have a big announcement related to our property tax rally, 1 p.m. Monday. We will have that announcement coming up here for you in just a little bit. But first, Casey.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. You know what my least favorite part of every single show is.
It's when you have to say you were right.
That's right. And there is just of all the things that just drive me insane. Having to do this in the opening segment at 9:08 on a Friday morning.
Here we go.
Well, okay. So, and this is a huge deal, and it's a story that's not going to get the attention it deserves, but it's the thing that we've been telling you for several years on this show, and it relates to when we talk about we have laid out to you your tax burden as a Hoosier has never been higher than it is right now. With this Republican supermajority and the Republican super rule, you've never had a higher tax burden, and yet we keep hearing, oh my gosh, the economy, it's gangbusters, and it's great, and the people are getting ahead, and this, that, and we say, wait a second. The average Hoosier is not better off than they were 8 years ago when Eric Holcomb became governor, because much of the growth in our economy here has been given to people who are not from here. Your life as a lifelong Hoosier, my life as a lifelong Hoosier, not getting substantially better. The jobs that are coming in, the companies that are coming in, are foreign, both foreign in the sense of they're not from Indiana and in the sense they are actually not of this country. And so when Holcomb and these Republicans are bragging, well, first of all, they're done on these massive tax breaks that it takes years and years and years for these businesses to start, quote unquote, paying for themselves. But they're also the workers they're bringing in, the people that are coming in, that are getting these salaries, that are getting these jobs. They're not elevating people who are from the state of Indiana. They're not elevating people who have been here.
As you mention all the time, it changes the landscape of the great state of Indiana.
Absolutely. 100% correct. And so the Capitol Chronicle, who we love, had a big article about this. I'm going to read you the headline.
Yeah.
International immigration drove Indiana's growth last year, not births, analysis says.
Yeah, so Indiana's population reached 6.92 million last year. That was an increase of 44,144 residents, making it the largest one-year growth in the state since 2008. However,
but
they were not from births. They were from immigration.
And if you look at what is actually going on with the birth rate of the people of Indiana, that is, how many people are being born in the state versus how many people are passing away or leaving, you're losing ground. Native Hoosiers, the sense of native Hoosiers, lifers, generational Hoosiers are losing ground. And you are handing your state over to a flood of people who are not from here, who do not understand what it means to be a Hoosier, our customs, our traditions. And this is why we've said, if you go look at your local Walmart today versus 10 years ago, it doesn't look anything like it used to look. Go walk around your local Kroger grocery store, pick your favorite, middle-class American store, and it's going to look markedly different. And with that, that means the customs and traditions that have made this state a place that people wanted to be are going away. Look at what's happening in Boone County as the state, to facilitate these oftentimes what will become foreign corporations, both in the sense of not from Indiana, from other states, and also not from this country. They're gobbling up farmland across the state of Indiana, and they are then giving massive tax breaks and other economic incentives for foreign companies who are bringing foreign workers, foreign people, to essentially take over this state. I mean, I'm just going to read you this one. And I'm surprised they did this because they're great writers over there, but I think they kind of buried the most important part towards the end. The 44 Indiana counties that are a part of the metropolitan area combined to add 40,667 residents in 2024, accounting for 92% of the state's growth that year.
Yeah.
They posted a net in-migration of 30,281 residents and a natural population increase of 10,463. That means generational Hoosiers, people who love this land, who appreciate the landscape, who appreciate the farm fields, the things that have made you think of as defining Indiana, were outpaced by foreign people coming in by a rate of 3-1.
Yep. A total of 73 of Indiana's 92 counties grew last year. That's the highest number since 1997. But 70% of that growth was driven by international immigration.
And then the second part of this, when you look at what is happening in our rural America, and again, this is directly the fault. I directly account this to Eric Holcomb and his big business and foreign business buddies, that they have driven almost all of the economic growth. Now, there is some going on in the Four Corners. Fort Wayne is doing pretty well. There's some stuff going on in places like Evansville. But by and large, the majority of the economic growth in this state has been driven directly into about a 9-county area. Why? Because they're gobbling up the land, and because of its proximity to the state's capital. And you are seeing by force then, lifelong Hoosiers are having to move, whether they want to or not in some cases. There are some, and we didn't even get to this article last week the Capital Chronicle had about these rural cities and counties and what's going on with them and kind of the decline of those. There are fewer and fewer self-sustaining cities and towns outside of the 9-ish county area that is central Indiana. They are being bled completely dry by acts of government intervention. And I don't know how Braun is going to undo this. He has expressed a desire to undo this, but I don't know how you're going to put this genie back in the bottle at this point, because you are seeing the absolute death of rural America in the state of Indiana, thanks to the actions of Eric Holcomb and his big buddy and foreign buddy business cronies.
Eric Holcomb, conservative in name only. So of the 92 counties across Indiana, 75 had more people move in than out, but only 30 of them had more births than deaths. This also follows the national trend as well, because the same story is being said about the entire country, that for the first time in U.S. history, since data has been being collected since 1850, immigration has outpaced native births.
But think about this. How long have we been saying this thing on our show? And what is always the response from these guys down the street from us?
Nah.
Shock jock. He's just in it for ratings. He makes it up as he goes along. I can't believe that people would believe anything that guy says. We have been on this for years on this show, and there it is in black and white. Everything we have said proven exactly true. And who's the bad guy in the equation again?
Yeah.
We're the truth tellers. We're the ones ahead of the curve. We're the ones telling you what is happening. And these guys down the street who always want to tell you, he's just getting you wound up. I can't believe you're listening to that guy. They're the ones who were wrong. We're the ones who were right. I just, all right, we got to go to break.
It is Kendall Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Indianapolis roads, a total disaster. Some of the worst potholes in America. Am I right?
A car on Keystone Avenue just fell into one the size of a swimming pool.
Disgraceful. These roads should be great again. But right now, they look like the surface of the moon.
Suspension repair shops are making a fortune.
Rigged system. But Matt Baer, he's the guy to trust. Tremendous at avoiding these disasters. Just tremendous.
Matt Baer, making your commute great again. Mornings and afternoons on 93 WIBC.
Advanced solutions from Comcast Business help turn today's enterprises into engines of modern business. It's how retailers become logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying favorite shopping destinations.
Thank you for shopping.
And how nationwide restaurants become customer focusing, touchscreen ordering,
Second window, please.
rapidly customizing, quick serving eateries. It's how we turn financial firms into market tracking, client servicing, cyber securing economic engines.
Loan approved. Congratulations.
And how hospitals become the patient scanning, data managing, welcome to the worlding, life-changing healthcare facilities that we all depend on. With leading networking and connectivity, advanced cybersecurity, and expert partnership, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. Restrictions apply.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
A well-maintained garage is the key to a safe, organized home. Hey, good morning. It's Casey. But without proper protection, the floor of your garage can quickly become worn and unraveled over time due to wear and tear, spills, and other environmental factors. Well, that's why Galaxy Concrete Coatings is here to help. Call them in Fishers at 317-751-9070 for indoor and outdoor concrete. For your driveway, pool deck coating, patio, your garage, it's UV and yellow resistant and less hotter than regular concrete. Call them today or find them online, galaxyconcretecoatings.com.
Welcome to Tire Discounters.
Thanks. I gotta warn you, I drive a hard bargain.
Okay.
So let's hear your first offer.
Well, how about,
Yeah.
with any 4-tire purchase,
Yeah.
we'll give you a free alignment.
Man, I'm good. All right, let's do it before you change your mind.
And we'll also give you a free oil change.
Ha! I can't believe I talked you into this deal. Sometimes I amaze even myself.
Don't tell accounting. But with any 4-tire purchase at Tire Discounters, you get a free alignment and a free full synthetic oil change. See store for details.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office. 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
The financial advisor industry is a flawed system. Find out how to fight back and protect your retirement on Expedition Retirement. Sunday mornings at 7 on WIBC.
To answer your question in the YouTube chat, I'm 5'8". That's how short I am.
Somebody was asking that.
Yeah.
Is it because you stood up?
I did. I'm big in heart.
Uh-huh.
Short in height.
Okay. I like that.
But I thought that was pretty well clarified by now.
People knew that?
That I'm not a very tall person.
Mm-hmm. Well, we get new listeners all the time, so thank you for joining us. We appreciate that. If you would like to see how tall Rob is, you can just put Kendall and Casey into the YouTube search bar, and boom, there we are. It's a wide shot today.
Well, I look like I'm even more tiny than I normally am because of that wide shot.
From that distant camera.
It is Kendall Casey Show. I'm Rob. Casey's here. Casey's got a riveting story about how the Republicans lied to you again about spending, and now they're teaming up with the Democrats to get it done.
Isn't that something, how quickly things change within 24 hours? Because I'd like to do a this and then that.
Okay, but first, next segment.
Yeah.
We got a big announcement.
Yeah.
Related to the property tax rally Monday, 1 p.m. at the State House. So we want to let you know, those of you who are waiting and anticipating. I'm worried Corbin is going to, jump off the 7th floor here if we don't tell him soon.
He is so excited. He keeps asking.
Very good. So we'll do that next segment. Okay. The Republicans lied about spending again. Biden's getting most of what he wanted, even though Trump's president. What's going on, Casey?
Okay, so Chuck Schumer originally said that the Democrats, they plan to block the passage of the continuing resolution bill, and that was going to trigger a government shutdown. So this 24 hours ago.
Funding the government should be a bipartisan effort. But Republicans chose a partisan path, drafting their continuing resolution without any input from congressional Democrats. Because of that, Republicans do not have the votes in the Senate to invoke cloture on the House CR.
Okay, so he said they didn't go to Democrats. They didn't have a conversation, and he was going to block it.
But I'm very confused about this because I remember when he was in the Senate and he was very angry that the Republicans were going to jeopardize humanity as a collective by not approving whatever and you can't shut the government down.
So
I seem to recall him saying that.
Right. So he flip-flopped on his own words then, and he's doing it again now.
The famed philosopher Homer Simpson once said, Casey, I guess some people never change. Or quickly change and then quickly change right back. And somebody should present that to Chuck Schumer because no doubt a man of his honor and integrity and honesty, he would no doubt never want to just be a total hypocrite in direct contrast to what he's previously said.
Okay, so now we've got him saying that he will be supporting the continuing resolution passed by the House.
Republican rejection leads us to a decision. And it's not really a decision. It's a Hobson's choice.
Oh?
Either proceed with the bill before us or risk Donald Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown.
Think about how ridiculous the Democrats are. So there is no change in the spending, right? It's the Biden level spending. This is the bragging point from the Republicans. This is how pathetic the Republicans are. Hey, you guys should be thanking us because we're not adding any new spending. We're just keeping spending from last year. Yes, but we were like $1.5 trillion deficit. No. You need to be thanking us, but we're $37 trillion. No. You need to be patting us on the back and giving us major awards because we're just not increasing the spending from last year. Yeah, but what about the cutting spending that you promised during the... No. But the Democrats so crave growing government and printing as much money as they can and putting it into as many ridiculous programs as they can. They're having some sort of aneurysm over the fact that the Biden spending levels are going to remain intact. They're mad that the spending is not growing.
Right.
That's what they were threatening to shut the government down over.
What does that remind you of? Anything going on here in the great state of Indiana?
Boy, howdy, Case, right? I mean, you are 100% spot on.
If it's not growing to them, it's a cut.
It is. You're spot on. Beautiful and brilliant. Boy, what a package you are there. But you're right. That's the same thing we have heard at the local level with this property tax conversation.
Yeah.
Where, remember the trustee guy who's like, we're going to lose 7 firefighters. And they're like, well... Are you firing 7 firefighters or just not hiring 7 new firefighters? Oh, we're just not going to be hiring 7 new firefighters. Well, then you're not losing them. You never had the thing. And We've actually got some great guests today. One of the guests we're going to have is Philip Faust.
Mhm.
He is the clerk treasurer for the town of Speedway.
Yeah.
And for those of you who don't know, the clerk treasurer is the person who pays the bills. They're an elected position. They don't vote on things, but they pay the bills. They handle the money for the municipality. And he's going to be with us to talk about, we totally can do the Braun tax cuts and survive this. It'll be fine. Like, it's ridiculous what's going on. But the point is, and I was talking with somebody about this yesterday, and they made a great point. They said, think about this. These politicians, there's some anomalies like Trump who just come from the outside. But for the most part, they elevate up the ladder. They start low and they elevate high and get up to things like Congress, et cetera. And when you see the ridiculousness from these local elected officials, how they've behaved with this property tax bill, this is the feeding ground to get to Washington.
It's a learned behavior.
Right. It's no wonder they behave the way they do in Washington, because look at how they're behaving on a local level, and the local level is the elevation to get the training ground to get them to Washington, D.C.
So this continuing resolution bill, it will keep the government going through September. It averts any immediate shutdown, does not include restrictions on Doge. And Democrats are very concerned in that. But this is a good transition to Mike Braun, because he was on Fox and he was talking about Trump's Doge agenda. And he was also talking about his efforts here in Indiana to cut waste in our state government.
Wanting to do this in terms of right-sizing the federal government. Talked about it along with a few other real fiscal conservatives in the Senate. And it's such a pleasure to see it now finally taking place. All I can tell you is if you think borrowing 30 cents on every dollar that you spend, a lot of it right out the tailpipe, it was 20 cents back six and a half years ago when I got here. Right. $2 trillion you're borrowing annually, that's a bad business plan. And this hopefully will just be the start of it. Guys like Rand Paul and I would put the penny plan out there. I even put a budget on the floor that we could balance over 10 years. A third in my own party wouldn't vote for it due to the defense end of it.
There it is.
Something's got.
Yeah.
The defense end of it.
We had this conversation yesterday.
Yeah.
I remember there was a time in a land far away when Todd Rokita and I used to be friends. And I remember having a conversation with him, whatever, 2013 or whenever that was, then when they had the shutdown with Obama. And the Republican plan at that time that they had presented to the president balanced the budget in like 26 years. It was like you don't even balance the budget for 26 years. And Obama and the Democrats were like, nope, unacceptable. But let me prove the point that I just made. So where did Jim Baird start? House of Representatives. Where did Messmer start? He was in the legislature, the senator. Where did Hoppenhausen come from? The Senate. Where did Marlin come from? Who he's turned into a complete garbage. I don't know what happened with Marlin. He was great. He was a Massey the last time he was there, but he's voting for all this crap now. He came out of the legislature. Sparts came out of the legislature. Yakum was Jackie Lewinsky's stooge. So from the system, right? All of these people have come out of this system that is producing horrible local policy. Why would we think they would do anything different?
It's a feeder team.
As they elevate to Washington, D.C., they just have more money to, and by the way, more dangerous. At least here they can't print the money. They can't print it here.
That's true.
They can just print it in Washington, D.C. All right, let's take a break. We got a big announcement related to the property tax rally when we come back.
It is Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
What a day.
You're working too hard.
We're both working too hard with even less to show for it.
What's this?
It's the bills for Tracy's procedure.
This is outrageous.
I know. And Mom just said her prescriptions went up again.
How can working people afford this?
These medical bills are crushing our finances, and these hospitals and insurance groups are making record profits.
You know, I read Indiana has the 9th highest healthcare costs in the nation, and prescription drug costs are out of control.
That's why I voted for Mike Braun. He has a plan to reform Indiana's broken healthcare system. Braun's plan calls for billing transparency, increased access, and lower costs for all Hoosiers.
I hear you. It's good to know help is on the way. Mike Braun's plan will offer real relief for our family budget.
Sign the petition for Braun's healthcare plan at HoosierHope.org. Join Mike Braun's fight for healthcare reform today. Paid for by HoosierHope.org.
Health gives you the ability to love more, feel more, be more. Health gives you the ability to live an extraordinary life. Because every day, no matter the challenges, is a chance to breathe, laugh until your belly aches, cry because you care so much, and experience everything that makes your life truly extraordinary. For 150 years, Franciscan Health has been there, watching extraordinary lives unfold. Love your extraordinary life.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
I was struggling to maintain contact with the professional world.
Dr. Ferner of Indianapolis talks about why he got the new caption phone from Relay Indiana.
When I got the phone, it turned it around.
Go to RelayIndiana.com. That's RelayIndiana.com. And read up on the caption phone.
People that I talk with do not necessarily know that I have this service. It's a piece of cake.
Go to RelayIndiana.com to learn more.
We all have people in our lives we interact with. Maybe it's your favorite barista, a neighbor who waves to you every morning, a coworker you grab lunch with, or maybe it's me, the hairstylist you've gone to for years. What if you learned I had a substance use disorder? Would it change how you see me? It's okay to see the addiction, but when you choose to see the person, not just their disease, it can help change someone's life. Learn more at cbeyondtheaddiction.org.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
What she's warning you about. Partly cloudy and 56 degrees in downtown Indy. Today's high 76. I'm John Herrick. This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Here's what's trending at 9:33. A storm will sweep across the state tonight, and forecaster Casey Susan with the National Weather Service says there is a chance for tornadoes.
So it's mostly going to be across the western half of central Indiana, but there is less of a threat of tornadoes than there is for the damaging winds, but there's still definitely a chance of a few tornadoes being possible.
She says there's also a possibility for more severe weather Saturday. The National Weather Service will discuss this more today in a conference call at 2 o'clock. Senator John Cornyn's accusing the mainstream media of lying about the effectiveness of President Trump's plan to make the government more efficient. The Texas Republican used a floor speech this week to cite several examples of how Elon Musk's DOGE committee is eliminating wasteful spending.
DOGE found payments to illegal immigrants using multiple Social Security numbers to submit Medicare claims.
He says Washington's addicted to spending and it's time to go cold turkey. And former reality TV star Jesse Holmes is the winner of the 2025 Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race. Holmes crossed the finish line in Nome in first place with 10 dogs earlier today after a race that lasted a little over 10 and a half days. Holmes was a regular on the reality show Life Before Zero, which follows subsistence hunters in the last frontier. Your opening bell report on 93 WIBC, brought to you by Absolute Wealth Management, LLC. Boy, stocks needed a rebound, and they are getting it so far today. The Dow is up 241 points to 41,104. The S&P 500 is up 49 points to 5,576. And the NASDAQ is up 227 points so far to 19,477. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289. 800-367-6289.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. You're listening to the Kendall and Casey Show on 93 WIBC.
I left somebody off our list.
Yeah, you did. I was thinking about him, but I couldn't remember what he did before he ran for mayor.
They change so much now. It's hard to keep track of all these people. It's the Kendall and Casey Show. I'm Rob Casey's here. We have a big announcement coming up. But I do have to, there was a name I left off. I was thinking there. I was like, who am I leaving off the list?
So we were talking about pretty much the feeder system of these politicians that start out locally and then go nationally.
Right.
And you expect their behavior to change when they go to Washington, D.C.? No, it's like learned behavior.
It is. And we were talking about last segment about how few people actually legitimately come from the outside and elevate to congressman or senator.
Mm-hmm.
Well, why would you expect them to behave any differently than they have behaved as they did in their local government or state government life? And we named all the Congress people, the 7 Republicans. I got 6 of them, and all of them other than Yakum. Now maybe Yakum was a local person. I don't know, but he was Walorski's right-hand dude, and that's why he got in. She passed away, and he got the sympathy vote. But all the rest of them were at one point state lawmakers, every single one of them. And then I was thinking, okay, who's the one I'm missing? And then I realized it was Shreve. Well, Shreve was a local government person too. He, when he was running for mayor, he's like, I'm an outsider. It's like, bro, you were on the city council twice. Both times. He didn't even win elections. Do you realize Shreve? I don't think Shreve had ever won an election
until this last one
before he bought the House seat, because he was appointed twice to the city county council, 2 different times. He then ran for Senate, lost. I think he even ran for IU Board of Trustees and lost. Ran for mayor, lost. He was a 2 or 3 time loser.
We'll find a spot for you eventually.
But he wouldn't quit. He's like, I'm so rich, I have nothing to spend my money on. He doesn't have any kids. So he's like, I'm just going to keep, spending this money until I finally find, and then the way that district had been drawn, Indianapolis, even though the 6th is a wide swath, the district Shreve's in is Indianapolis heading west, basically, through the Richmond area, if you can picture that. The population center of Indianapolis is so great in terms of that district, and there were so many people running, Speedy and that Carrier guy, that they split the vote.
Yeah.
And he basically, I think he got way less than 50% of the vote. He bought, a U.S. House seat.
Do you think that any of that has to do with some name recognition that he had garnered from running for mayor?
Well, I think the people of Indianapolis knew him. I think the people of Indianapolis knew who he was. Yeah, he got 28.4% of the vote. He won that, and it's a heavily Republican district. So he was never elected to the city county council. He lost all the races that he ran before that 3 times, if you count the trustee thing. And then he spends millions and millions of dollars running for mayor. He was a horrible mayoral candidate. But he buys all this free publicity, basically. Then has so much money he just can turn around. I mean, he sold that company for over $500 million. I don't know if that was all profit or not, but the guy is infinitely rich. And then is able to buy a U.S. House seat. That's your representation. Well, look at how the city of Indianapolis has been run. So you can lump him right in with all these state people. Why would you think Shreve would behave any differently than he did on the city county council, or he tried to behave as he campaigned for mayor. He got an F rating from the NRA. His gun plan was wholly ridiculous. Remember that? He presents that gun plan, and then they tried to turn us into the bad guys because we weren't supporting him.
Yeah.
Remember that, where they were like, I can't believe they tried to make us out to be the reason he lost. Robin Casey turned on him. They're like WIBC is the reason the guy lost the mayor. So my point in all of this is, when you see what's happening at the State House with this property tax thing, and all these local government people are coming with these poor singing orphan sob stories that are wholly ridiculous, like the Mooresville superintendent threatening to turn the lights out if you get property tax relief. And then these lawmakers, really, other than J.D. Prescott, you're not seeing any meaningful pushback. I mean, they're asking some questions, but nobody's looking at these people going, you're wholly ridiculous. Get out of here. You're insulting the people of this state. Stop taking up our time. Like, there's nobody that ever really pushes back in these Q&As with these local government people. Why? Because these state reps and senators recognize they are in the feeder ground, right? Like, they are in the pipeline.
Yeah.
And they're not going to piss these local government people off because they help control the pipeline as they wish to elevate.
Right, exactly. Bucking for the promotion. So that's how it's done.
Yeah.
So if you see them signing off on spending here in the state, do you think they're going to change their ways when they go to Washington? No, they're just going to continue with that same behavior.
Yeah, so that this is why we are so adamant about pushing back on this property tax plan, supporting the governor's bill reset plan, forcing these local government people. By the way, they do this doomsday stuff. Anybody who believes this doomsday stuff is a complete sucker. Like you, I'm sorry. You are a complete naive sucker if you are buying this. Because just like J.D. Prescott asked that Danville superintendent, hey, didn't you guys go for a referendum a few years ago? Why, yes, sir. We went for 2 of them. Did it pass? No.
How you doing? Still around?
Right. I challenge any person that would like to do a walking tour of the Brownsburg Community School Corporation. All you got to do is go to the intersection of Tilden and Odell in Brownsburg, and then you just walk right down Odell. It's a campus. It looks like a college campus. You tell me there's any suffering there. Those guys went for a referendum. Did it pass? No. 10 years ago, their referendum failed. Seem to be doing just fine. What does that tell you? They're the boy, these local government people are the boy who cries wolf. And yet, despite being refuted time and time and time again, they get up there and say this completely ridiculous stuff. And these lawmakers, because they are the pipeline and they recognize the way to elevate is to stay in the pipeline, they don't push back. We are the pushback. We are the John Connor of Terminator at this point, Casey. We are the resistance.
You know, we didn't play it yesterday, but there were more people testifying at that Ways and Means Committee hearing, and there are more librarians showing up, a mayor.
When did the library get so hotty-toddy? Like, when did they... I've never even heard of the library people showing up to this, and now they've got the library people convinced. Like, what? There will be no internet in the library.
Did you hear the one mayor say that they considered instituting a public safety tax?
Oh, that's a thing. Yeah, absolutely. These guys, this is the point. And you have heard this when we had our Chad Ellis, I think is his name, the White River Township trustee from down in southern Indiana. You heard him say it. I think you're going to hear it from Philip Faust, the Speedway clerk treasurer. We're going to talk to him a little bit later. These people will just spend whatever you give them. They will make it work. This is why the state has to step in. You have to set the parameters and close the parameters off because they will make it work. Whatever the parameters are, the same way as the Brownsburg Community School Corporation 10 years ago said there's no way we can do this without $100 million in new taxes. It's all done. They've started new construction on top of all the other construction. That's how much money is flowing into these local governments. And that is why it is so disappointing. And that is what Monday is about, is making your voice heard that your home is not their piggy bank, that these people should have to get it together. No one cried any tears for you as your property taxes have doubled or tripled the past 3 or 4 years.
You had to get it together.
Nobody was worried about you being able to make it work. No, they're just like, screw you. You figure it out. But when it's these government people, what, you mean the parks might have to wait an extra year before they can build a splash pad? Or You mean like communities like where I live might not be able to buy $4 million empty patches of grass? Or, oh, no, there might not be any more $58.5 million taxpayer-funded hotels in Carmel? Oh, no, Casey. Suffering of the highest order. All right.
Well, it's time for our representation to take a stand. They either have to choose the people, us surf like Hoosiers, or they're going to choose local government.
Yeah.
That's it. Which is it? Where do they stand?
Yeah. All right. We'll take a break. I promise. I promise when we come back. We'll do the big announcement. I promise when we come back, we'll do the big announcement.
You're listening to Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel show back at it this afternoon. We start at 3:06. It's Beer Sample Friday. We'll have some barguments, and we're keeping our eye on the weather. 93 WIBC.
Best decision I ever made was having Window Nation windows installed in my house, saving me a bunch of money on energy. My old windows were cracked and drafty and letting the air through. Window Nation came in and took care of all that within a day. And you know what? Window Nation windows are high quality and affordable. Right now, you can get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. And you can get 0 interest and 0 payments for 2 years. Pay nothing until 2027.
This is the deal you want. 2 windows for free with every 2 that you buy. Plus, 0 interest, 0 payments for 2 years. Pay nothing until 2027. Call a representative at Window Nation right now. They will walk you through the entire process. 866-90-NATION. Get that fast, free estimate right now with Window Nation. 866-90-NATION or go to windownation.com.
Recent talk about rising interest rates and economic uncertainty may have you wondering if now is the right time to sell your home. Will I get the price I need? Will it take too long? The good news, you don't have to figure this out by yourself. There's a friendly, no-pressure, experienced agent who eats and sleeps Indianapolis real estate. His name is Mark Dietl. Perhaps you're worried you won't sell your home for the price you need. Mark Dietl guarantees your home sold at a mutually agreed-upon price and deadline, or he will buy it. Listen to what Greg and Franklin had to say about working with Mark Dietl. My tenant moved out of my investment property, and I was ready to sell. I heard about Mark on the radio, and everything they say is true. In 15 days on the market, I had a cash offer I wanted on the property. Selling with Mark Dietl was fast, easy, and profitable. Call the local Indianapolis agent I trust and recommend, and the agent who guarantees your home sold or he'll buy it. Call Mark Dietl at 317-755-4232 for all the details, or go online to markdietl.com. It's Mark, Dietel.com. Tell him Rob sent you.
Do you have an idea for a book? Fiction, nonfiction, or a children's book? We can help you put it together and bring it to market at Dorrance Publishing. We have thousands of testimonials from people just like you that we've helped get their books sold in stores and online. We've even got a service called The Writer's Coach. It's perfect for people that have a book idea in their head and they just need someone to help them put it on paper. Dorrance Book Publishing has been helping people just like you who have a book idea, written or not, for over 100 years. Imagine being counted among the most famous authors in the world with your very own book. Call right now and let us help you turn a book idea into reality. It's easier than you think. You just need a little help. Call us now.
800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. 800-879-4098. That's 800-879-4098.
Join WIBC this Saturday 9 to 1 for the Home and Garden Show live from Sullivan Hardware and Garden at 71st and Keystone. Celebrate Father Glenn's St. Patty's Day party at 71st and Keystone with live entertainment, Irish food, and beverages.
Is that going to be you on Monday?
It's me practicing.
Oh,
yeah.
very good.
Yeah. Or it could just be like, good morning, everybody. It's our honor and privilege to welcome you all here today as we gather for this important occasion. Wouldn't you rather hear, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
I love it when women scream at me. It's very endearing.
Happens often. Sorry about your luck.
It's Kendall Casey Show. I'm Rob. That's Casey. All right. So we will now make the big announcement. And again, we invite everybody Monday 1 p.m., the State House, the property tax rally. It's going to be a great event where you're green. This is your chance. This is the Custer's last stand. And we've heard from multiple people who are a part of this equation who have said this can make a huge difference. If you're like, nope, can't go, then don't be mad when these guys do what they're going to do, right? We've made it as simplistic as we possibly can for you, including we've got guys bringing signs for you. And we'll talk to Rick Barr next hour from the Hoosier Liberty PAC. All you got to do is show up, be engaged, make some noise. That's it. We can't make it any more simple for you. And obviously the speaker lineup has been, it's Micah. Hammer's going to MC. Micah is going to speak. Then we've got several of our state reps that are supporting us that are going to speak. Andrew Ireland, J.D. Prescott, Craig Haggard. We've got some local government people who are going to speak very briefly and talk about how, hey, we'll figure out how to make it work. Don't believe the bull crap. And then Case and I are going to get up there, and we were initially going to be sort of the closer, but I just thought, Case, we gotta get somebody with some star power, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we're good, but we need
to go bigger.
And so we were, you and I were kicking around some ideas of who might be a good show closer, and I said, look, ultimately, why are we here?
Yeah.
What is the goal of this rally? Who has been our biggest advocate for property tax reform that we have seen since the days of Mitch Daniels? And that is clearly Governor Braun.
Yeah.
What we are doing on Monday is telling the lawmakers, one, we support Governor Braun's property bill reset plan. And two, we're telling Governor Braun, we appreciate how hard you have been fighting for this, and we want you to know that even though there are all these clown hearings where these local government blood-sucking parasites can show up because they get paid to go, or they're lobbyists or whatever, the people, the folks, are with you. And we're kicking this around, and I said, well, the most obvious answer is the best one.
Yeah. The governor.
The governor, right? It is the day to show him that we support him, that we elected you to do this. You are doing this. We support you. Why don't we just ask the governor to come?
Yeah. So there it is. We've got the governor of the state of Indiana is going to be there at the property tax reform rally.
Yeah, so this is your opportunity. I don't know, some people are like, by the way, trying to book the governor, trying to book Taylor Swift.
Well, he's important.
Well, he is.
He's running a state, Rob.
We did it. And this adds a new layer of importance to this, because now not only is it an opportunity for you to come make some noise, not only is it an opportunity for you to show these lawmakers how pissed off you are, it's your opportunity, because ultimately Braun is going to this thing is either going to pass or fail based on Braun. His political will and the amount of political capital he's willing to spend on this is what's going to decide what the end result is. And he needs to, look, it happens in politics. I've been there. You need to hear, even the strongest willed of people need to hear from their supporters, you keep going. They do. They need to hear it. And so this adds a new level, obviously, of media that will now be interested in this. And that's great. But it's ultimately about telling the governor, here's your platform, here's your people, we are here, we are with you.
It also shows how serious he is about this.
Yeah.
Because he's not only sending a message to Hoosiers, like, I am trying to get this done for you. It's sending a message to the legislature. I am trying to get this done for Hoosiers, and you guys are mucking it up.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
Yeah, I mean, that Thompson display the other day was a new level of ridiculous, a new level of insulting to the voters of this state. Because at least with the Senate, they were straight up like, yeah, we don't care about you guys, and we're more interested in protecting, and guys like, in case of somebody like Scott Baldwin, my business interest, rather than helping you. At least you know what that is. That Jeff Thompson thing, when you come up with something, you have months and months and months, and the best you come up with something that's so convoluted, even your own people are like, what are you talking about? What are you doing? So you have to be there Monday. You have to go Monday. We are told there's going to be a counter protest of some sort. So not surprised.
Hey, we're going to be peaceful. We're going to have fun, but it's important. Important enough for the governor of the state of Indiana to put the exclamation point on it at the end.
And who better to introduce the governor than us?
Than us?
Right.
He loves us.
Oh, yeah. Shoot. I mean, I think technically, don't we do it, and then do we give it back to Hammer since he's the MC?
Right.
I don't know.
We'll have to work that out. It'll be a great event, and we want you there with Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This is the most exciting time of the year, and we want you to go all the way, even if your team doesn't. March on, Indiana, in a Hubler quality pre-owned vehicle. Shop any of Hubler's 13 locations and choose from over 2,000 vehicles, including Chevys, Fords, Toyotas, GMCs, Buicks, Nissans, Acuras, Mazdas, Hondas, and many more. All makes, all models, certified vehicles, luxury vehicles, even the hard-to-find ones. Every Hubler Q-certified vehicle is covered by a 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus a 128-point vehicle inspection, and a free Carfax history report. Hubler's got you covered. Busted brackets not included. For over 2,000 vehicles, visit drivehubler.com or any of our 13 locations.
Hubler's got you covered. Cover me!
Warranty on select models less than 9 years old.
One of the real advantages that we have here at Hendricks is the scope of the services that we have to offer in orthopedics.
Whether they have a hip fracture or they're a high-functioning athlete, we're all working towards the same thing.
To have them be able to have an elective surgery safely and then go home also in a safe fashion is of utmost importance.
We very much want everyone to get back to doing everything that they were doing beforehand. We're really invested in it.
Unstoppable orthopedic care. Learn more at hendricks.org/ortho.
From a fast break to recovery, Indiana hospitals are here for every Hoosier, regardless of their ability to pay. That's why we're teaming up with legislators on a winning playbook to lower costs and protect access to care across our communities. Because good policy doesn't leave anyone on the sidelines. Learn more at HoosierLifeline.com.
Paid for by the Indiana Hospital Association.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Discover cancer care that empowers you at Community Health Network MD Anderson Cancer Center, with leading-edge treatment options right in your backyard.
I feel blessed and lucky. If I knew someone that was going through what I was going through, I would definitely encourage them to participate in a clinical trial. For me, it was life-changing.
Learn more at ecommunity.com/cancer.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, severe weather possible tonight. You'll hear about the threats you could be dealing with, what police know so far about a hit-and-run crash in Indianapolis that happened on Thursday, and how someone from Indiana hit it big and how it could change their life. Those stories and more after Fox News Radio. You are listening to 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. It's 10 o'clock.
A Trump-Putin phone call. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The president just posted on Truth Social he had a very good, productive discussion yesterday with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, writing there's a very good chance the horrible, bloody war with Ukraine can finally end, adding, at this very moment, thousands of Ukrainian troops are surrounded by Russians, and he urged Putin to spare their lives. This is the same day they talked. The president said at the White House,
hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia, but in a financial sense, yeah, we could do things very bad for Russia. It would be devastating for Russia, but I don't want to do that because I want to see peace.
Russia has rejected the terms of the ceasefire plan Ukraine agreed to. The President Trump also posted on Truth Social a short time ago, congratulations to Chuck Schumer for doing the right thing, after the Senate's minority leader said he would vote yes today on the House Republican plan to fund the government before a midnight deadline.
While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse.
Some other Democrats are angry, saying Schumer betrayed them. Republicans need at least 8 Democrat votes to advance the bill this afternoon. Later today, President Trump will take his first trip to the Justice Department, which he claims politically targeted him during the Biden presidency. Attorney General Pam Bondi tells Fox Business,
his directive was make America safe again. That's what we're going to do. No more weaponization. We're going to go back to fighting basic crime.
A setback, though, for the president's layoffs, slashing federal workforce in court.
The Trump team is now trying to reframe DOGE now that a federal judge in the Northern District of California has ruled that thousands of workers, federal workers, must be rehired. But reacting to that district court judge on the West Coast, Caroline Leavitt is saying a single judge is attempting to unconstitutionally seize the power of hiring and firing from the executive branch.
Fox's Peter Ducey at the White House quoting the press secretary. A second federal judge ruled that layoffs at multiple agencies be frozen and those workers be allowed on the job again. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
A wind advisory goes into effect tonight. Mostly sunny and 57 on Monument Circle. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 10:02. That's when severe weather is supposed to arrive in Indiana. Casey Susan with the National Weather Service says it's best to be ready for anything.
Our main threat is going to be strong, damaging winds. We do have a moderate risk in the far western portion of central Indiana, which just means that the confidence is higher.
Susan says wind gusts could reach up to 80 miles an hour. The National Weather Service will have a conference call at 2 o'clock this afternoon. A hit-and-run crash in Indianapolis Thursday night on the southeast side of Indy. Police say the driver who hit a man on his motorcycle parked his car and ran off, only to be arrested later on. They think he may have been drunk. The man on the motorcycle is badly hurt and trying to recover in a hospital. If the House passes this bill, Attorney General Todd Rokita could fine government groups. Ryan Hedrick has the reaction from the State House.
The bill is about making sure government groups work together with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement.
Immigration is a federal issue. It is neither up to the states or local authorities.
That's Carolina Castorino, Community Engagement Chair for the Indiana Latino Democratic Caucus, speaking with Wish TV. She later joined a protest Thursday.
Latinos are being profiled, American citizens.
And the bill also introduces penalties for employers who hire undocumented workers. Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
Someone who purchased a lotto ticket in Tell City, now the winner of the 4th largest Hoosier lottery jackpot. A winning ticket worth $42.5 million was sold at the Fly gas station in Tell City ahead of Wednesday's drawing, matched all 6 numbers. The jackpot for Saturday's drawing now returns to $1 million. The Indiana Pacers are in Philadelphia to take on the 76ers tonight. Pacer guard TJ McConnell played for the 76ers for 4 years.
I'm appreciative of my time there, but you know, me and my family have really settled down here and created a home. So obviously very appreciative, but and it's always nice to go back, but love where I'm at.
Tip-off is at 7 tonight with pregame coverage starting at 6:30 on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. 10:04, Kendall and Casey coming back in 1 minute.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WYPC.
Oh, I told you I was going to take it, didn't I?
You did. That's you.
It's Kendall Casey show. Rob Casey's here. If you missed the big announcement last segment to put a big exclamation point on the property tax rally.
Yeah.
Monday, 1 p.m. at the State House. We have a special guest speaker, the governor.
Yeah.
Mike Braun.
Mike Braun.
Going to close the deal out.
The governor of the great state of Indiana is going to wrap it up, put a bow on the end of this rally for us.
Okay, and so we've been kind of getting some questions about, hey, can you work through with us the itinerary and where we go and what we do? So we figured we'd do that real quick just to get everybody on board with what's going on. And again, I cannot emphasize this enough, right? Like, we have pulled all the strings that we have. We are the giving tree at this point. We have nothing left to give you. Our very loyal audience, this for the past month, has consumed us. Micah's team has worked around the clock to put all of this together. It's not just like to do things in a legal fashion in the State House is not just we're not marching down a sidewalk, right?
We're not just yelling and screaming at the building. No,
Yes.
we're actually going to be inside the building, and you need certain permits to do that.
And so this is the amount of effort that has gone into this. This is your chance. If you don't take it, then you're out, right? Like, there's really, we'll still come on here. We're going to talk about it. We're going to tell you what's going on. We're going to commentate on it, and we're going to do our best to hold people accountable. But in terms of your ability to actually do something, they've had the hearings, right? They've had the opportunity, the emails. Like, this is the thing. And if you choose not to take the opportunity to show up at 1 p.m. on March the 17th,
Monday,
then that's it. Right? This is your last chance as a regular citizen to make a difference. Because what's going to happen now is whatever convoluted mess they're going to make out of that Thompson bill is then going to be in it's like remember in The Office where they've all got the finger guns on each other? It's Andy and Michael and I think Dwight. That's where we're at. The finger guns at this point, there are 3 people with finger guns. There is the governor, who we love the governor's plan. By the way, this is the most government thing ever. Braun's plan started at 46 pages. That sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
Until the Senate one was like 98 pages.
Yeah, 96, 98. and then Thompson's went up to 226.
Yeah, right. This is the most government thing ever. And by the way, they get less good and less easy to understand the more pages they add to the thing. That is the most government thing ever. So the finger guns at this point are the governor, who has the best plan. Then you got the Senate, who has a bad plan, but not bad compared to that mess that Thompson came up. So they're all pointing at each other with the finger guns right now, and they're walking in a circle. It's that episode of The Office, if you can picture this. And we are going Monday to say the guy who has the best finger guns is the governor. Do what he wants.
Let's go back to that.
So, okay, so we will do a live broadcast from the State House, 9 until noon.
Our regular showtime. Are you nervous?
What would I be nervous about?
I don't know.
I think there's going to be a rather rather large enforcement presence at everything.
Okay.
So if somebody was, if somebody's planning on some shenanigans, especially with the gov and the lieutenant gov involved, that would be the wrong place to try that. So 9 to noon. if you want to come enjoy the broadcast, then you're welcome to do that. And then we'll mingle for a while. We'll talk to people as people file in. Now, this is going to be the rally on the 3rd floor of the State House. Right next, there's a big open space next to the Lieutenant Governor's office. Now, full disclosure, they anticipate a large crowd to the point where they had asked us, do you want to move this outside? They had given us the option. They said, do you want to move it outside? Because of the amount of people they're anticipating showing up. And we kind of made a collective decision and said no. Because
my thinking
you were talking about why?
My thinking was that makes us no different than these lunatics who go out there and shout at the building and the anti-Trump, the anti-Elon Musk route. I mean, that does nothing to move the needle. For one, the lawmakers inside the building can't hear that.
That's true.
They won't see it unless they're looking out the window.
That's true.
So, I mean, the point is to let these legislators know what we want.
Yeah.
And if we're inside their territory, they're going to get that message.
Right. And so we anticipate that people will end up being in the aisleways and on the stairs. And I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of people. So get there early if you can. Case and I it's the 3rd floor is where it'll be. It's called the 3rd floor. Normal people would think of it as the 2nd floor. They call the basement in the State House. They don't call it a basement. They call it the first floor. So it will be the 1st floor up.
There are stairs. There are elevators.
Yes, that's correct. And again, you maybe end up being draped down the hallways. You'll be able to hear everything. You'll be able to see what's taking place, whether you're right next to us. There is a big open area. Hundreds of people will be able to fit in there. Hundreds of people will be on the stairs. That is our goal, to fill all of that up. We wanted this to be indoors. One, the weather, even though I think it's supposed to be nice weather. But two, you're right, Casey. We want these lawmakers to hear the anger and the frustration of these people that they are screwing over by not supporting the governor's bill reset. And that's what this is about at this point. Senate Bill 1 is okay other than there's no tax relief. Thompson's thing is horrible. Like, it's horrible on many, many levels. The governor's, or the Senate Bill 1 is fine other than the reset. It's not a perfect world where there's no more property taxes. It's not a perfect world where they totally nip some things that need to be cut off. But realistically, it's pretty good other than the reset. This conversation now is about forcing the Senate to come over to the governor's side on these bill resets. And that's what much of, I think, what we're going to talk about is going to center on. And then kudos to the governor, man. He is leaning into this, and he said, I'll do it. And he's going to be there, and he's going to close it out on Monday.
Yeah. So we're counting on you to show up. Yeah. We need you to be there. If you're upset about this, it's almost like the ball's in your court.
Right.
To be heard.
Right. And then, then you go about your day. Are you going to go get your green beer or other libations or beverages or whatever you're doing? Go do it and have a good time, and let's do it downtown. And I think that's the other thing, too, is to let everybody know. This is, Hammer said this, it's going to be a fun event.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Well, with an MC like Jason Hammer, how can it not be?
Of course.
Because he's the one who's going to set the tone right out of the gate.
I would like to say this publicly, and it'll get back to these lawmakers. We have 3 state reps who are scheduled to speak. All 3 of them requested to do that. If you would like to be a part of this, if you're a senator or a state rep, or even Todd Rokita, hey Rokita, right? Like we can get along for an hour. We know you're supportive of this. You've told enough people that. He put out a video about it. Any lawmaker, any person in that state house, whether you're a statewide who wants to man up or woman up, if it's Elise Nichelle, if Daniel Elliott wants in on this, even Diego, Diego, come on. Or any of these state reps or senators, you guys know how to get a hold of me. We will make room for you,
especially that morning.
Right? You guys know, but they all know how to get a hold of me anyway, right? So any of these people in the state house, we welcome you to be a part of this with us, because you will be with the people. You will be with the people, and that's what Monday is all about.
And it is St. Patrick's Day, so we encourage you to wear green to show your support.
That's right. Yes, that is a big thing. You got to wear the green, and boy, howdy. All right, so one of the things we are, as I said, we're the giving tree at this point, Case. We have nothing left to give to our audience. We are making this so simple that we even... there's a lovely group of patriots here in Indiana who have been fighting for good public policy for many, many years, the Hoosier Liberty PAC.
Yeah.
And they have gone above and beyond. They are making the sign. They have made the signs.
They've made the signs.
So when you show up, if you don't want to make your own sign, they're going to hand you a sign when you show up. Rick Barr from the Hoosier Liberty PAC is going to join us next to talk about the effort they're putting in and why they think this is such a big deal.
You're listening to Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC.
Life moves fast.
Another new directive from Donald Trump.
President Trump will not be deterred to make our federal government more efficient.
So does the news.
We expect those meetings to take place very soon.
Decisions made today
Kash Patel confirmed as the next director of the FBI.
could impact you tomorrow.
Accountability and transparency.
What's next?
You never know what's going to happen.
Need to know what happened.
We're already tracking it. Stay in the know while you're on the go on 93 WIBC.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Rob for Universal Windows Direct. Take advantage of this limited time tax sale before it's gone. Buy two, get two free. No interest until 2030 and an extra $500 off only in March.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
LD Smith Plumbing.
A dirty, stinking honest.
The crew at LD Smith Plumbing has deep roots in Indiana. Unfortunately, most of the trees around here have deep roots too. And if it isn't roots in your pipes, it's a water heater ruined by sediment. No matter the plumbing problem, we'll show water who's boss. So if you need a new water heater, call us today and save up to $300 on a tankless water heater or $150 on a storage water heater.
LD Smith Plumbing.
A dirty, stinking honest.
It's Kubota Orange Days. From America's #1 selling compact tractor to zero-turn mowers and versatile RTVs, get your perfect match delivered to your door. Now through June 30th, get zero down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Stop by McAllister Machinery in Fishers and Indianapolis to see their full line of Kubota, or visit them online at McAllisterKubota.com.
It's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard with a qualifying plan. You can choose an iPhone 14 or a Samsung Galaxy for $0. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. No hassle, no gimmicks, just honest-to-goodness wireless price right. Dial pound 250, you say the keywords Pure Talk, claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with a qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, which is America's wireless company. Visit puretalk.com for details.
Are you ready to build your custom dream home? Joyner Homes is ready to make your dream come true. Over 18 years, Joyner Homes, based out of Greenfield, have built hundreds of homes in central Indiana, and the best place to start is JoynerHomes.com. That's where you'll find pricing, photos of completed Joyner homes to inspire you, available home sites, and info on where you can visit their model homes and a lot more. Be sure to check out Joyner Homes' 5-star Google reviews. Get started today at JoynerHomes.com.
Call today or visit bwindow.com. This month only, receive $400 off per window, $850 off per patio or entry door with 2.99% financing.
Casey, I don't know if you know, we got a big event Monday.
I've heard something about this. Could you tell me just maybe, I don't know, a detail or two?
It's property tax rally, 1 p.m. at the State House. Of course, we'll be broadcasting live 9 until noon from just outside the Lieutenant Governor's office. And then that's a third floor. Then at 1 p.m., there's a big old open space next to the Lieutenant Governor's office. And we're going to have our property tax rally there at 1 p.m. The public at large invited to come attend and let these lawmakers know how honked off you are about your property tax increases and them doing nothing about it.
I heard they were setting it up yesterday.
Oh.
The podium, the microphone, the tables, the chair for us.
Yeah.
Table and chairs
yes.
for us. Yeah. But it's going to be a big event. We're excited about it. We've got the Lieutenant Governor, Micah Beckwith, who's going to open the rally.
That's right.
And we've got a very, very special guest closing it.
Yeah, and we've got several state reps who are supporting us, who are going to speak. And then the big closer announced today on our program, the Gov.
Yeah.
The big boss.
Yeah.
Braun.
Mike Braun.
And we'll be teeing it up for him. He's going to be so excited.
You think so?
Oh, my goodness. Who better to introduce him than us?
Right. Well, that's true.
And Hammer will be emceeing, and so we're very excited. But one of the group of people that has been helping us, there have been many, many people who have been helping us. But you may see it now. You can see it up now at Rob M. Kendall on Twitter, wherever you get your news and information, that we're going to have signs. They're going to be distributed at the event. Big letters says, cut property taxes now. And the folks over at the Hoosier Liberty PAC are making those possible. So when you show up, if you want to make your own sign and bring it, that's great. But if you are saying, I'd just like someone to hand me a sign, the Hoosier Liberty PAC, they're going to be handing those cut property taxes now signs up. And joining us on the WIBC hotline, our pal Rick Barr from the Hoosier Liberty PAC. They've been fighting for good public policy for a long time. Rick Barr, hello.
Hello. Good morning, Rob and Casey.
Yeah, all right. So you've been at this for good government here in Indiana for a long time, and obviously you remember the property tax fight of, well, what has it been now, 17 years ago or so. Can you talk about what that was kind of like back then and just how it has gotten totally out of control and completely away from what that fight was all those years ago that led to the property tax caps?
Well, yeah, we're actually in the beginning of the 16th year, the anniversary of the modern-day Tea Party movement, when the tea bag, if you remember the situation where people were standing in bridges all over the city of Indianapolis dumping their tea bags in there.
Yeah, we had Sean Shepard on about a month or so ago, or however long it's been. The days all run together now, but he was one of the leaders and organizers of some of that, and he was talking about what a great time that was for organization here in the city, political engagement in the city.
Yeah, and Rick DeSantis did his thing at the Chicago Board of Trade. He started the effort, and then it spread across the country. We had our big rallies. Indianapolis Tea Party formed, and we had 10, 15,000 people for several years. And we're trying to just revive the movement again. People were irate about the property tax situation then, but things are worse now. And I don't understand why people aren't more right now, because property taxes seem to be more out of control than they were 16 years ago. So let's get the folks energized. Let's get them out and come down to the State House. The people, the legislators, aren't working for us.
That's a great
message out there is the legislators are working for themselves and the lobbyists, so they don't seem to be working for the individual Hoosier taxpayer. So that's our message. Support Rob and Casey. Get down to the State House on Monday.
So, Rick, you had mentioned that people aren't as irate now as they were back then. I'm wondering if you can tell us, did the movement before, was it a quick fix, or did it take a long time for the legislators to get on board with the idea of change?
Well, Mike Young, for many years, Indiana State Senator Mike Young had introduced legislation to eliminate property taxes in the state of Indiana. But the legislators in the state have never seemed to grasp on. This is a freedom issue. This is an issue where you're basically taxed on unrealized gain and you never own your own property. So I want to recognize Senator Mike Young for being on the forefront of this. And over the last 20, 25 years, when Mike's been in the legislature, for a period of time, he introduced legislation that would have eliminated property taxes. And as late as 2 years ago, he still had been working on that issue. But it seems like that the effort is always given a cold shoulder to look at the freedom message part of eliminating taxes. And so, and as we can see now, this is the number one issue in the state of Indiana that happened in the last election, and they're totally making no movement on this issue. And, Governor Braun has indicated that that was a top priority for him, and the state legislators are rejecting his top priority. And so we need to get the legislatures on board with this and get them moving and let them make sure that they know we're serious about making sure that we have property tax reform. And I know, Rob, you're a young dad. I'm a father of 3 kids. 2 of them live here in central Indiana. One lives in Whitestown. They've owned their home in Whitestown for 5 years. They have incurred a $3,000 a year tax increase just in that home in the last 3 years.
Rick, Rick Barr, I want to introduce you. Rick Barr is our guest. He's from the Hoosier Liberty PAC. They're going to be at the big event, the property tax rally, Monday, 1 p.m. at the State House. Rick, I want to make sure we get to this. I have this posted up now on the social media, the Kendall and Casey Facebook page, if you want to see it. Tell us about the big signs you're going to be handing out to people as they show up.
Well, Hoosier Liberty PAC wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to share the message of eliminating property taxes or cutting property taxes and make it real visible for the state legislators. So we made 250 signs. So look for the signs to get down there. I don't think if you're on your live feed, you might have copies of the signs that we printed up for you. And we provided a shirt for you yesterday, Rob. Hopefully you're wearing that.
I'm wearing it,
and
yes.
People see that on the live feed.
I may wear this Monday. I was going to wear the WIBC, the green Salvation Army Radiothon, but then Rick gave me this. Yeah. And Rick knows me so well, and his wife Jenny are such fabulous people. They knew they had to get me a medium.
Schmedium.
They knew. Most people would be like, this is a grown man, let's get him a large. Rick was like, no, that child needs a medium T-shirt. All right. So the people will be able to just kind of find you guys. You'll be there, I know, showing up early for the...
We're going to be, we'll have people around at strategic locations. I think being up there on the 3rd floor, you actually have to climb the steps or use an elevator to get up there. So we'll have people holding the signs around, distributing them around. And so, we've had 250 of them printed, so that should make a good visible signage there as people come up and rally up for the crowd. And as you said, Rob, people can bring their own and make sure that the sign regulations there, they have to be smaller than 24 by 24, no sticks, no poles. And so, feel free to bring your own.
I love that Rick has done this so much in his life. He knows the sign.
The rules.
Like he's like it's like an accountant with the tax code. He's just reeling off the sign code. Rick, man, we are so excited to see you Monday. Thank you to the Hoosier Liberty PAC and all they're doing, the Defenders of Liberty. You guys have been awesome to us throughout the years, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys on Monday.
Well, Rob, I appreciate the help. And if people want more information about Hoosier Liberty PAC, send us an email or go to our website, HoosierLibertyPAC.com.
HoosierLibertyPAC.com. Rick Barr, you're the best. Thank you.
You're listening to Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Well, sure. Of course, we're all excited that spring is almost here in central Indy. But this month, when the weather still can't make up its mind and it's going back and forth between warm and cold, Hoosiers get a very specific type of roadway March Madness. It's called potholes. And they're a pain, but you know what? It's one of the reasons why I'm a AAA member. Peace of mind for the roadside assistance. I've had flat tires on the side of the road because of potholes. AAA has been there for me every time.
And if you're having tire issues, AAA's got you covered with their mobile tire service, My Pit Crew. They bring the tire shop to you. I've used this service before, and now that I got my 2 boys driving, this service protects the whole family. So if you don't have a spare, My Pit Crew from AAA, these guys are the best. MyPitCrew.com. You pick out the tires and schedule the install. Join AAA today. AAA members get a discount on My Pit Crew. You can get a AAA membership by calling 844-GO-AAA-GO or stop by any AAA office. AAA.com. Tell them Hammer and Nigel sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Bill, where you been? You're overdue for a haircut.
Man, listen, my water pipes burst and flooded my house. Place a mess. I've been staying with my daughter till I can figure out what to do.
You trying to fix it and move back in?
No way. It's too big a mess. It'll cost me tens of thousands of dollars. I ain't got that kind of money.
You trying to sell it then?
Well, that's what I'd like to do, but who's going to buy my house in this condition?
Did you call Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters bought our house when we were in a jam. We needed to move real quick. They closed fast and gave us cash.
Simple Quarters will buy in any condition?
That's right. They buy as is. You don't have to repair anything or clean anything out. It's simple.
What do I have to do?
Just call them. They'll do a quick walkthrough, then they'll make you an offer.
Simple Quarters is a local Christian company that loves to help people in difficult situations. Call Simple Quarters at 317-900-HOME. That's 317-900-HOME. Check us out at simplequarters.com.
My brother never checks on Dad, or my sister won't make time to take Mom to the doctor. Are these things you've heard yourself say? This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I have a caregiving tip for you. Stay tuned.
Cardon and Associates offers the finest senior living options tailored to your loved one's needs. Reservations are now being accepted for new apartments at Copper Trace in Westfield. Visit cardon.com.
Expressing anger or resentment toward unsupportive siblings can cause unmendable rifts in relationships. Don't try to control everyone else. You can only control yourself. The success of your caregiving journey does not rest on others. So enjoy the time with your loved one. This is your special time with them. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
Do you need air conditioning service and need to find a local well-trained expert you can trust like Reinhardt Heating and Cooling? Find that American Standard air dealer at IndyHomeComfort.com.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
When they get here and what they could do. A mostly sunny sky in downtown Indy right now. Nothing on radar. 59 degrees. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 10:31. The first set of storms are supposed to get to the Indiana-Illinois border this evening.
Probably around that 9 to 11 p.m. time frame, and then they'll march eastward through the state.
Cody Moore with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says you'll need to watch out for damaging winds, heavy rain, and possible tornadoes in the overnight hours. Dr. Oz is supposed to get grilled by the Senate today over his nomination to be in charge of Medicare and Medicaid services. Mehmet Oz was nominated by President Trump to oversee the nearly $1.5 trillion spent on the two health insurance programs, which cover about 150 million Americans. He's likely to be approved by the Republican majority at today's confirmation hearing. With Monday being St. Patrick's Day, Wallet Hub has put together a list of the top cities for celebrations. And coming in first is Boston, Massachusetts, where more than 13% of the city's people there have Irish roots. This parade dates back to 1724. Indianapolis came in 162nd out of 200 cities, but Fort Wayne finished 40th. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
It's time to hear from you. Kendall and Casey present Voicemails. Brought to you by QC Kinetics for non-surgical regenerative medicine treatments at 317-559-PAIN.
Here we go. We got a couple voicemails on your Friday Pie Day, by the way. 317-684-8444.
That's right.
Yeah.
Son of a gun. Did you bring us pie?
No, I did not. Did you?
Well, that's your job. You bring the stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you had time to bake.
You're right.
You had time to bake
I bring
bread.
the stuff, you bring the heat. Is that the deal?
I contribute nothing, Casey. You know how this look. You knew this relationship when you opted into it.
Mm-hmm.
But you had time to bake banana bread, but not bring us pie.
I looked at trying to make some pie yesterday for today, but I didn't have any crust. And quite frankly,
you could buy it. You know, you could just buy a pie.
That's true. I mean, I was too busy to make it. So
well, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't have expected you to. make a pie. I just thought you might, go to since you're always looking for eggs at the Avon Avon Meijer.
If I were to bring a pie in today, I'm afraid it would end up on someone's face. You wouldn't actually be eating it. You'd be wearing it.
Can we also point out, so Kev skedoodled on out of here today.
He did. He's taking a vacation day.
Yeah, and so Corbin is filling in for Kev, and Corbin's doing an awesome job.
He is.
So good job, Corbin. Okay, what are we doing?
We've got a couple voicemails, and this first one is about the rally on Monday, and it's a question of parking.
Good morning, Casey and Rob. Something you might like to discuss prior to your rally is parking. You may want to make some suggestions for those of us who are coming from upstate, downstate, and side state. We don't know what's going on parking-wise, so it would be nice to have a heads up.
Okay, so the best suggestion I can give you is there is plenty of on-street parking. However, I'm guessing that will fill up relatively quick because don't forget the legislators are also in session. Point of doing this today.
Yeah.
And there'll be people downtown. The Circle Center Mall does have a garage. It has gone up a little bit since the last time I checked, but it is still reasonable by today's standards, especially when you factor in this is not going to be an all-day affair. I mean, you're free to get there if you want and watch as much of the show as you'd like, and that's great. Stay as long, 9 a.m. to basically 2, right? That's the block will be participating. The rally is it will be done by 2, but Circle Center Mall does have where you can park for 2 hours or less at a pretty reasonable rate by today's standards. That's a pretty big garage. If you cannot find, there's lots of places that there are garages, but I think in terms of cost, Circle Center, if you can't find on-street parking.
Yeah. And it's supposed to be sunny and 60 that day.
Right.
So if you have to circle a block or two, that's okay. Just maha and walk there.
That's right. That's correct. And and look, people, we've done all the work, booking everybody and everything. We have carried the signs in already. We'll be carrying them over to the State House. We're doing all the work. You just got to show up. That's it. That's all you got to do. So I would say your best bet if you cannot find on-street parking would be Circle Center Mall.
Yeah, just go to your Google Maps and put in the word parking.
That's correct.
And some garages will pop up.
They haven't totally ruined driving downtown yet. The red line has been a disaster, but it's still as someone who does it every day, it's pretty still large. They're doing their best with the blue line and the purple line. They're going to eventually just destroy driving down here, but it's just moderately inconvenient now, whereas before it was a pretty enjoyable thing. It's not completely immovable at this point.
Yeah, so just give yourself a little extra time if you're coming down because you're going to have to go through security as well when you get into the State House. So rally starts at 1 o'clock. You'll want to be there, in time for that. So just prepare accordingly.
By the way, I called the Lochloff-Miller guy yesterday.
Yeah?
Because he was saying...
What did he say?
Well, Kloffenstein had said, hey, the Lochloff-Miller guy is a big supporter of yours, and he'll cover the tax on the food and beverage.
Right.
And I think Kloffenstein even said that on the air with us yesterday.
Well, that's what they tweeted out.
Oh, that's right. They did. That's right. We knew that. Yes, it didn't even come initially from Brad. It came from him. I called the guy yesterday. Said, hey, we'd like to have you on to talk about this. And then I didn't get a call back.
Well, he was probably busy running his restaurant.
Well, I know, but you'd think.
Right.
I just need...
You're just trying to get the sheet out the window. That's all.
Can you imagine if people were driving into town, there was just all these people, hundreds of people coming in, just Scott Baldwin sucks.
Baldwin
they just saw that on a sheet hanging out a building. That would be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
So Lochloff-Miller guy, if you hear this or someone knows him, Danny, I think is his name, call me because I need to. We want to promote that this is going on because that would give people somewhere to go if that's still the thing that's on course or whatever. Anyway, okay.
One more phone call, and this one is about the basketball game from yesterday.
No.
Hey, good morning, Rob and Casey, particularly Casey this morning. Casey, go Purdue, go Boilers. At least they're still on in the Big Ten tournament. Poor old IU, they got ducked earlier in the season. They got ducked yesterday, so I think the season's over for IU now. But go Boilers. Maybe they'll go all the way this year and help us all out in our brackets that are going to pick them. In the meantime, there's a lot more formidable competition out there, but cheer for the home team, everybody.
Boiler up. Hammer down. Okay, so
like the morning guys on the fan were saying they don't think IU is going to get in. I thought it was already
on
like
the street. I think
thing that they were getting in.
The scientific term is it's iffy.
Very sportsy of you.
Mm-hmm.
It really screwed up our day because if IU would have won, we would have had to work 1 hour less.
I know. I was really rooting for IU.
Yeah. Imagine being as lazy as I am to do as little as I do, and you're watching a ball game.
Hoping that the team wins so that you can get out of work an hour early.
The sole purpose of cheering is like, man, I don't want to have to work that extra hour. And so, by the way, that's very government speak of me, right? I wouldn't even be working an extra hour. Because that's how those government people would describe it. We had to work an extra hour today. No, you worked the normal hours.
Exactly. That was very government of you. I see what you did there. Okay, so yeah, IU, they lost to Oregon yesterday, and so people are wondering if they're even gonna make it into the NCAA tournament.
So the fan morning guys, Rickard and Bowen and the new guy that's horrible that I'm blanking on his name.
James Boyd.
James Boyd. Thank you, Corbin. Yes, thank you, because Corbin also fills in as the producer over there. James Boyd. They're doing a three-person morning show now, and they were talking about this morning about because remember during the football how bad Alabama was, and people were like, I still think Alabama might get in because the reality is this is a money-making factory at this point. College athletics is not about kids. It's not about students. It's a money-making factory for the NCAA and these universities. And the argument with Alabama was, well, who's watching? And it was proven largely correct if you look at the TV ratings for these Arizona State and Boise State and who was Corbin? Who was the Mustangs? Who's the from Dallas? SMU. Thank you. Yes. Like, you look at the ratings for those games, people are like, I don't know any of these teams. Nobody cares. Versus the games Notre Dame or Ohio State or whatever we're playing. And so they got in a conversation about if you're in this committee and you're looking at, let's say it comes down to Boise State is apparently one of the teams that's on the bubble. Everybody's got their own little sheet that the people do this. And you're looking at, do we take IU or do we take Boise State? You know, one, IU's going to travel. They're going to buy tickets. Their fans are going to show up, and people are going to watch that game on TV. It wouldn't a human instinct be if all things are equal, we're going to take the team that's going to generate some money for us?
I think you've got the intangible, the nostalgia factor there as well.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like that is a great way to run an organization, but they are a money printing factory at this point. That's why this thing exists. So I thought that, I've never thought about that before, but you're right. If all things were equal, why wouldn't you take the team that would make you more money?
Do you fill out a bracket every year? I know you and Hammer talk about it on the podcast, the Degenerates Next Door podcast, but do you actually fill out a bracket?
Talked about it this year. Every year, my wife looks at me the day before the thing starts. Are we doing the brackets this year? It's the brackets. It's not the NCAA tournament or March Madness. It's the brackets. Are we doing the brackets?
Does she know that that's the voice you use when you imitate her?
Oh yeah, okay. She listens.
She's okay with it.
Can I tell you my favorite wife bracket story?
Yeah, please.
And this is, I'm sure you've had this because you've been a part of corporate America for a long time. There's always these people who know nothing about sports who do good in quote unquote the brackets because it's all luck, right? I mean, you see these upsets all the time, especially when you're trying to pick a 6 and a 6 and an 11 or a 7 and a 10. Like, who knows, right? So one year they have the play-in games, where the 16s and the 11s play now to get in. There's 68 teams, I guess, that originate, and then there's these play-in games. So one year, she has no idea what's going on, but she sees the 16 had a play-in game, so the one's playing the 16. And they list on the bracket the play-in teams. Well, they couldn't fit it all on the line, so they abbreviated. And so one of the teams, I don't remember who they were, was MCC. Okay, whatever their initials were MCC.
Yeah.
And then the other one was SMO, whoever that was. So you put them together, it's like, let's say Duke was the one. It was Duke versus MCC/SMO.
Yeah.
And she looks at me and goes, who's MCC Smo? I kind of like them.
Yeah. They're going to drop the beat, aren't they?
But
is that who she picked?
Every year, Casey, you see somebody win these office pools because I just picked my favorite mascot.
I'm like that. I'm such a homer. I always pick the home team. Like, I think I've had Purdue winning it for, the past 2 years.
Almost got it.
Well,
2 years ago it didn't go well for you.
So this year, I mean, boiler up and all, but the kids graduated from Purdue.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
I think I might go back to my roots and root for the Dayton Flyers.
Oh. Now, Have you ever won a pool?
No.
Corbin, have you?
No, because like I said, I'm a homer. I always pick it no matter what.
Corbin, have you ever won a pool?
I've never made it out of the round of 34.
Oh, yeah.
See?
Okay. I've been filling out brackets since junior high school. I don't think I've ever won a pool.
Never won.
No.
Never won one. I bet he has one. We'll have to ask him. Jason Hammer. He's going to join us coming up. It's 93 WIBC.
Hammer and Nigel show back at it this afternoon. We start at 3:06. It's Beer Sample Friday. We'll have some barguments, and we're keeping our eye on the weather. 93 WIBC.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PHIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code PHIL25.
Garage Doors of Indianapolis is everything that's right about Central Indiana. They've been locally family-owned for 50 years, helping our local economy remain strong by employing 70 families. Garage Doors of Indianapolis is proud to do business right here in the great state of Indiana. They're a conservative-minded company that shares our values and stands by their products and services. You can call Garage Doors of Indianapolis today for service today. 875-4577, 875-4577, or visit doorstoday.com.
We all have people in our lives we interact with. Maybe it's your favorite barista, a neighbor who waves to you every morning, a coworker you grab lunch with, or maybe it's me, the hairstylist you've gone to for years. What if you learned I had a substance use disorder? Would it change how you see me? It's okay to see the addiction, but when you choose to see the person, not just their disease, it can help change someone's life. Learn more at seebeyondtheaddiction.org.
Dents happen. There's a whole lot of stuff that can mess up the look of your vehicle. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill a Dent Removal. PDR is paintless dent removal that saves your factory finish and is way less invasive than traditional body shop repairs. And it's faster too, sometimes same day. Google Kill a Dent Removal and check out the reviews and photos. Then schedule your repair. Hail baseballs, kids, fender benders, shopping carts, flying cows, angry X's, and anything else that leaves dents. Don't paint your car. Go PDR with Kill a Dent Removal.
Discover cancer care that empowers you at Community Health Network MD Anderson Cancer Center. Our multidisciplinary care team will guide you every step along the way.
It was very overwhelming at first, but I found this whole community of people who are understanding and just very supportive. So I have a lot of thankfulness and gratefulness for who I am through this and after this.
Learn more at ecommunity.com/cancer.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office, 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Get ready for the concert event of the summer.
On the road again.
Catch Willie Nelson and family.
But there's a slow.
Bob Dylan.
There's a slow train.
Sheryl Crow. And more at the Outlaw Music Festival's 10th anniversary tour, September 18th, Ruoff Music Center. Tickets on sale now. Get access to preferred tickets with your City card. For tickets and more, go to livenation.com.
Never miss your favorite shows on WIBC. Get your content to go. Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, Hammer and Nigel, Tony Kennett, The Gun Guy, Home and Garden. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, come on. I haven't been fat in a long time. What the hell?
I love this.
This is
It is-
flashback.
Well, it's Pi Day, so
Okay.
You know.
I see what's going on here. I thought, we were all friends. I'm emceeing your property tax rally, and then I come in here, and Corbin greets me with the Fat Albert theme song.
You look great, by the way.
Thank you.
Not appropriate at all.
Despite the fact I'm wearing a Kit Kat t-shirt.
That's true. You are. Dessert on so many levels. That is Jason Hammer from the #1 rated Hammer and Nigel show. Hello.
Hello, and the clock is ticking, man. You're getting closer and closer to your big shindig on Monday. You guys excited?
Yeah, because you're going to be there, and now the Gov is going to be there.
Yes, yes. Let's go. I was kind of hoping we could keep that a surprise at the end. Like, I could be on stage wrapping it all up, and then like Stone Cold Steve Austin, you'd hear the glass break. By God, that's Mike Braun's music. And he comes walking up in a vest.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be big. I'm hearing some of our rowdy friends may show up as well. So
Oh, yeah, the ACLU. Come on down, baby.
What does the ACLU... Okay, so I asked somebody this yesterday. Would the ACLU have against what we're doing? There's no civil rights involved in property taxes.
Because I'm willing to bet, and I haven't spoken to any of them, they are probably the types that believe if you lower property taxes, then there won't be anything for the children.
Right.
There won't be any fire departments. There won't be, all of this crap. Anything that we laugh at, they probably support it.
So the ACLU, you have heard the ACLU is going to show up because they're mad we're having a rally about property taxes.
Right. And these people, they have no idea what they're talking about. I got some troll yesterday on our Twitter feed because we had on Andrew Ireland, the representative who's going to be there. Senator Jim Banks was on.
Yeah.
And one of these troll accounts, which it's always a fake picture because nobody ever posts their real picture. WIBC is just a mouthpiece for the Republicans. It's like, well...
Have you heard,
have you listened
guys?
At all? Maybe you could come speak at the property tax rally. Maybe you could sing the next hook in Callin' Lion Dudes. Maybe you could talk to, I don't know, Governor Holcomb or, State Senator Baldwin, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. But, hey, today it's Friday. We are in the midst of the madness, Hammer and Nigel Records madness. And every year, and Rob, as a degenerate, you know this, it seems like a 12 beats a 5 in March Madness every year.
That's right.
That's kind of the upset that happens a lot. So this upcoming matchup we've got today, it's going on right now, is a 12 against a 5. The 12 seed is one of the early songs we did. This was a day, shocker, that Nigel wasn't here.
Oh.
And I believe Mock was filling in for Nige that day. So this was a long time ago. This is a song dedicated to a-holes all over the state.
Somebody once told me they didn't want to know me, said that I rubbed them the wrong way. So I looked him in the eye and said, kiss my ass and die, and that shirt you're wearing makes you look real. Well, I'm the guy in traffic that won't let you cut in, the gal at the office that always has a butt in. Lights still red, I'm behind you honking. Go to the movies, I'm the guy that's talking. You and your girl get up to dance, you come back and I'm sitting in your seat. You say that it's yours and you want it. I look at the chair and say your name's not on it. Hey now, I'm a wish I'd go away. Hey now, I'm a and you see me every day, everywhere that you go, there's at least one.
Round 2, here we go.
Somebody.
Okay, so that's the 12 seed right there.
Okay.
Let's move on to the number 5 seed in our tournament. Again, we had a lot of spare time during the COVID year, so we were pumping out songs left and right during COVID year. This was a song dedicated to those who tested positive, but didn't really have any symptoms. You really weren't sick. If you had mild cases, this song was for you. This is the number 5 seed.
Blame it on the Chinese. We're all scared to sneeze. Looking up symptoms online.
Get your phones in the
You
air.
can't smell your food. You can't taste your booze. But other than that, you're just fine. And I saw the surprise in Hogsett's eyes when you said you're doing quite good. He took a shot from his flask and yelled, "Put on your mask, or I'll lock you all down for good."
Here we go.
'Cause I got friends with mild cases. No fever, no cough, just body aches, and they'll be okay.
Yeah. Woo.
In 14 days. Yeah, Fauci's advice changes week to week, but if he cancels Thanksgiving, he can kiss my butt cheeks, despite my friends with mild cases.
There it is. So that's the 12 versus the 5 matchup. You can vote for it right now on Hammer and Nigel's social media.
I forget Mock and Daisy worked here every so often.
Right. And Nigel brings up a good point yesterday. It's so ridiculous, like a line in that song, if Fauci cancels Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Because people thought he was going to do that for a while.
Right.
The same people yelling, nobody elected Elon Musk, were wanting Fauci to cancel Thanksgiving.
Who is that bureaucrat?
That's correct, man. We can't have the conversation I want to have, which is what I heard you say on your Outkick bit you did today as I was walking through the hall. I love to do that. I can't even understand how we would keep our license.
I don't think I would feel comfortable having that here.
Yeah. It was great, though.
Thank you.
I mean, I
appreciate
just
that.
stopped, turned, and stared at the window for several minutes.
What did I just walk by?
Because there was no context to it. I just heard the words come out of his mouth. Anyway, what's coming up this afternoon?
Alex Berenson will join us on the big show. We got some barguments, and it's Beer Sample Friday.
Nice. Thanks, Hammer. You're listening to Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. 317-480-4040. That's 317-480-4040.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Spring showers might bring flowers, but they can also bring roof leaks. Strong winds, heavy rain can expose hidden damage, leading to costly water issues inside your home. And the longer you wait, the worse it gets. Water can seep into your attic, walls, and insulation, causing mold, rot, and expensive structural damage. The good news? Moss Roofing. They offer free inspections. Whether it's a small leak or a big roofing concern, their expert team will assess the damage and provide reliable, cost-effective solutions. With over 35 years of experience, Moss Roofing knows how to protect your home from the unpredictable spring weather. Don't wait for a minor drip to turn into a major repair. For top-notch roofing services, trust Moss Roofing to keep you dry this spring. For a job done right every single time, visit mossroofing.com. Call 317-747-3665. 317-747-3665 or go online to Moss Roofing. MOSS, mossroofing.com. Tell them Tony Katz sent you.
Hey, this is Spencer Thompson at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus. Ready for better sleep? Now is your chance during the March mattress sale. Tempur-Pedic, Stearns & Foster, King Coil, Bed Gear, and Nectar mattresses, you can save up to $800 with up to 4 years interest-free financing. And don't forget, Thompson Furniture delivers for free. Hurry! Sale ends Monday only at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Looking for a great deal on a new Lincoln? Come to Tom Roush Lincoln. Select 2024 Lincoln Navigators, now $15,000 off, and get 0% for 72 months. How about an all-new 2024 Lincoln Nautilus, now $6,000 off with rates starting at 4.9% for 60 months. We look forward to seeing you at Tom Roush Lincoln in Fishers.
Lincoln Navigator MSRP 104,825. Lincoln Nautilus MSRP 57,785. Offers good through March 31st, 2025. Subject to credit approval. See dealer for complete offer details.
My quality of life is so different, but one of the first things that I noticed was my breathing. I don't ever remember being able to breathe like that.
Call today or visit bwindow.com. This month only, receive $400 off per window, $850 off per patio or entry door with 2.99% financing.
Coming up in 2 minutes from the Technology Recycler Studios, what forecasters say you need to know about severe weather tonight and why there were protesters at the State House on Thursday. Those stories and more after Fox News on 93 WIBC. WIBC HD1 Indianapolis, and it's now 11 o'clock.
Very good and productive discussions. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump posted on Truth Social that the U.S. has had with Russian leader Vladimir Putin in the push for a ceasefire with Ukraine.
Saying there's a, quote, very good chance that this horrible, bloody war can finally come to an end. But at this very moment, thousands of Ukrainian troops are completely surrounded by the Russian military and in a very bad and vulnerable position. The Trump administration has made an offer agreed to with Ukraine on a ceasefire. But so far, Russia has rejected the terms of the deal.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. There's a new statement just out from Ukraine that says what the president wrote about their troops being surrounded is false. In a few hours, President Trump will go where he never did in his first term, to the Justice Department, which he insists unfairly targeted him and conservatives in the Biden presidency. New Attorney General Pam Bondi tells Fox Business.
All the Jack Smith prosecutors are gone. All these agents at the FBI who are weaponizing government are gone. And that's where we're able to find the good men and women who want to be out there, who want to be fighting violent crime.
President Trump also posted on Truth Social this morning congratulations to Chuck Schumer, the Senate's minority leader, who now says he will vote for a House Republican plan today ahead of a midnight deadline to avert a government shutdown. Schumer says it's much worse as an option, the shutdown, than the very bad GOP bill. The president wrote it took guts and courage because many of Schumer's fellow Democrats are angry, saying he betrayed them. Senate Majority Leader John Thune tells Fox.
What he's hearing is the far left, which has a severe case of Trump derangement syndrome. And they're making a lot of noise out there, but they don't represent the heart of the country.
Senate Republicans need 8 Democrats to join them in a vote today in order to advance that bill. A retired U.S. Senator has died. Alan Simpson, he was 93, a Republican from Wyoming who served 18 years, known for his humor, often trying to find compromises with Democrats. America's listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
She hopes you heed her warning. 61 degrees and partly cloudy on Monument Circle. Your radar clear right now. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:02. Storms supposed to hit Indiana tonight.
Stay weather aware. Have multiple ways to get warnings and know where to go whenever you get that warning.
Forecaster Casey Susan with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says another storm could hit Saturday, followed by a cold front. She believes damaging winds, tornadoes, and heavy rain are all possible. The National Weather Weather Service is providing an update at 2 o'clock. Indy Parks is looking to fill 400 seasonal jobs this summer. Lifeguard positions are available for $15 an hour, with camp counselors being hired for a starting rate of $14 an hour. A sign-on bonus of $500 is available for those who get hired by April 4th. Job fairs for these positions will be held at Christian Park March 24th through the 27th. If you need to get gas today, Gas Buddy says the statewide average is now $2.96 a gallon, which is up 10 cents from where it was Monday. About 15 bills at the State House could hurt immigrants in Indiana. That's the message from Carolina Castorino with the Latino Democratic Caucus. She tells Wish TV.
We really need to do everything we can to educate the people about what these bills actually mean and how harmful they can be.
She was at a rally at the State House Thursday where people gathered to discuss the bills and their flaws. Downtown Indianapolis will be busy this weekend. Terry Stacy tells you why.
People watching at its finest in downtown Indy as the Indiana Comic Convention opens today at the Convention Center.
The big thing is it's a celebration of pop culture and fandom. So if you enjoy Marvel movies or comic books, or you're into like collectibles or T-shirts, and they can range from like anime to video games to the superhero movies. You know, we even have like Rainn Wilson coming in from The Office. We try to bring a really wide range of celebrity guests.
Dan Farr with the show says get your tickets at IndianaComicConvention.com. Goes through Sunday. Terry Stacy, WIBC Mobile News.
And I'm John Herrick on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. WIBC News Time, 11:04. Kendall and Casey coming back in 1 minute.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coatings and their transformation, like business owner Brian.
Yeah, Galaxy was great. We have a business where a lot of the service techs are working out in the field, and they'll come in and they'll have even some mud or something on our shoes. So if we're having a meeting, I needed a flooring that could stand up to that, but still look good as an office setting.
Well, if you own a home or a business, Galaxy Concrete Coatings got you covered.
Galaxy was great to work around our schedule. They were able to come in on a Saturday, and the job was completed over the weekend, and we were back in business, so we didn't miss a step.
Lots of styles to choose from, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
It's very nice looking. It's very durable. Really makes the room stand out and shine.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com now. That's Galaxy Concrete Coatings. And remember to like us on Facebook. Galaxy Concrete Coatings. We're out of this world.
Galaxy was quick to respond. They were quick to give us a solution and quick to get it completed as well. And they're going to take care of you.
You're listening to Rob Kendall.
When we talk about sending money somewhere, we're talking about printing the money because we have no money.
And Casey Daniels.
My government would never lie to me, would they?
On 93 WIBC.
Well, we had a big announcement.
We did. It's out there now. It's in the ether. Everybody's hearing it. Governor Braun is going to be at the property tax rally.
Yes.
That's very exciting.
We're gonna let him bring it home. And so if you missed that, we made the announcement earlier today that the governor has agreed very, very graciously to show up to the property tax rally. And look, you know, we do this for a couple reasons. One, so if you're, I assume most people know by now, but if you don't, we are having a property tax rally Monday, 1 p.m. at the Indiana State House. The public is invited and encouraged to attend. We ask you to wear green. We're doing that because it's St. Patrick's Day, but 2, we'd like our money back.
Right.
And since the angry red-shirted teachers have been so effective color coding themselves, we figured that if that's all you got to do to get the General Assembly on your side.
That's all you need for attention.
Our friends with the Hoosier Liberty PAC will be passing out signs. If you want to make your own, you're welcome to. Rick Barr reeled off all of that they have to no bigger than 24 by 24, I believe. You can have a stick on them.
Yeah.
And I think they've got to be appropriate for decent society.
Right.
My father had several ideas for signs, and I kept telling him, no, you can't put that on the sign. It's several of them, because he's very excited to be coming. And I said, no, this has to be able to be presented. Not that you're wrong, maybe, with some of your assessments.
Apple
but
doesn't fall far.
You got to be, you got to be good for decent society. So, but if you do not want to do the trouble of making a sign or whatever, they will have them to be put out. It will be on what is called the 3rd floor. Normal humans would think of it as a 2nd floor. However, at the Indiana State House, they refer to the basement as the 1st floor. So the 1st floor up from when you walk in will be right outside the Lieutenant Governor's office. There's a big space there. Now, we do anticipate that we're going to fill that space up pretty quick. This thing kind of took off like wildfire from where it started. They asked us if we wanted to move it outside, and we said no. we'll all get together, and people will be in the aisleways and up the stairs, and
You're going to be surrounded by like-minded people.
And we said we want the lawmakers to be able to hear us, and so
and see us.
That's right.
As they leave to go to the restroom or something.
And if you'd like to get there early, Casey and I will be doing a live version of the Kendall and Casey show, 9 until noon, right there outside the Lieutenant Governor's office as well. And then we'll mingle around for an hour and talk to people, and then Hammer will get things kick-started, and we'll roll it at 1 o'clock. And again, the governor will be the featured speaker at the end of the festivities.
How about that property tax rally? It's going to kick off with the lieutenant governor, and we're bookending it with the governor.
And this is it, people. And I know it's been a broken record, but this will be our last chance to kind of talk to you about this. This is your shot. We are the giving tree. We are but a stump at this point. There's nothing left to give. We've fired all the arrows in the quiver. This is your chance to make a difference. And if you don't show up, now look, I get some people just simply cannot get off work, or they have a loved one they're taking care of. I understand that. But if you are at all capable of getting there, you need to get there for this event, because this is our shot to try to sway the public. And it's also, we talked about the multiple things we're trying to accomplish with this. First of all, it is to send a message to these lawmakers about how many people are really upset with how they're handling this process. But it's also to show Governor Braun, to say thank you to Governor Braun, because he has stood firm thus far. Many, many people, when he sat here last summer, didn't believe him and said, he's just telling you that, or he's not committed to the tax reform. He's just going to drop it like a bad habit once he has not. He has followed through on every promise that he has made, and we want to say thank you to him and also tell him we're behind you. If you get a crap bill, veto it and call the special session. We will stand and stay behind you. So this is it. If you don't show up just because you didn't feel like getting out of the house, then don't complain.
So when that Senate bill was turned over to the House and they had that 8-9 hour marathon hearing and testimony from all of those people, local government people mostly, out of all of that time, you had one person who stood up and said, I'm a taxpayer and I'm against this. I oppose this. So the lawmakers, they heard from local government official after local government official after organization representative, but now it's time that they hear from you.
That's right. This is your shot. This is your thing. You'll be amongst your people. You can make a big difference. And from here, right, they've had the hearings. It's going to be the lawmakers fighting amongst themselves. And as the best description I could come up with was the famous scene from The Office, the finger guns scene, where it's Michael and Dwight, and I think it's Andy, and they're walking at each other in a circle with the finger guns. And the finger guns right now are Braun and the House and the Senate, and we want our finger gun guy Braun to win the finger gun battle, right? So that's what this is about, and it'll be fun and it'll be lively. And downtown's where everything's happening on St. Patrick's Day anyway.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make a day of it, and we will look forward to seeing you guys Monday morning or Monday afternoon or whatever you want to show up and be there.
Yeah. It is Kendall and Casey. It's 93 WIBC talking about taxes. How about Donald Trump announcing that he wants to eliminate taxes for people earning less than $150,000 a year?
Okay, well, let's score this. This is less stupid than no tax on tips. Okay, so we're going to elevate this because at least this is affecting a much bigger portion of the populace.
Correct.
We're picking much fewer winners and losers. However, my question to Trump would be, how do you plan on funding this government that you refuse to cut spending for?
According to him, it's through tariffs. That's his goal, right? So it sparked a lot of positive reaction from people on social media. Obviously, nobody wants to pay any taxes, right? That'd be great. Of course, the country has to run.
I just have a question for you, and I get that this is not your plan. So then the tax increases will be on what we pay for goods, right? I mean, I'm not trying to be facetious when I'm asking this follow-up question. You can make the case. I mean, Ron Paul did when he ran for president. That, hey, before 1913, we didn't have a federal income tax. And he's right. And they asked him, well, how would you fund the government? He said, well, we did it through tariffs. That's not unreasonable. However, if you're not willing to cut spending, which Trump is not, he has now proven that. He's been president for 4.5 years, and every year he has done the same thing. So let's just admit he's not cutting spending. He's not interested in government reform. Then the only way to fund the stuff, if you're not going to cut the cost of the stuff, is to raise the prices. Everybody will pay the tax somehow. You can't run from the tax if you won't stop spending the money. It is so funny how what is playing out on a national level is playing out right in front of us with this property tax thing. It's the same argument. Unless you have to pick a winner and loser, and this is the thing for the legislature. You have to pick a winner and loser. Is the winner going to be the people, or is the winner going to continue to be the government? Because unless you're willing to rein, and this is why Braun's bill is so good, it by forces the municipal local government entities to rein in their spending, because Braun recognizes you have to starve that beast because it will not go on a diet on its own. And the only way to stop that is to say, I declare the people of Indiana the winner over the government. It's the same thing here. Unless you're willing to reform the government and get the spending under control, people will pay the tax. You can pay it through a tariff. You can pay it through an income tax. What difference does it make if you're still the same amount of money is going out of your pockets?
So the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, he said that these changes would be transformative for America, and that the goal is to create a tax-free system for those that earn less than $150,000 a year.
So time out. I'm not trying to cut you off here. But if I earn $151,000, am I any richer than the $150,000 person?
$1,000 richer, according to them. And that's been the argument. Some people are saying, well, it should be higher than $150,000.
Well, but if you're going to, okay, fine. If you're going to abolish the income tax, abolish the income tax.
For everybody?
Right. And then we're going to go to tariff system. Okay, fine.
Sales tax.
But now we're in a world where some guy making $151,000 who is no richer than the guy at $150,000.
Would you go to your boss? No, I don't want that raise.
You would?
Yeah.
Because of the income tax obligation. You absolutely would. But then you're also going to pay the tariffs. So if you're at let's even go a little higher. If you're at $155,000, you are no richer than the guy at $150,000, but you're going to get creamed on income tax and you're going to pay that tariff. That's ridiculous. Either we're all in or we're all out. And we should be all out. Now, you want to go to a flat tax where everybody pays the same percentage? Okay. You want to pay a consumption tax at point of purchase, which is what J.D. Prescott has talked about, getting us out of the property tax situation? Okay. But the issue is the issue. And the issue is whether it is for the local governments here in Indiana or it is the federal government nationally, these people are addicted to money. They are addicted to spending money. They're addicted to bright, shiny objects, and they will not stop doing it unless they are forced to, which is to starve the beast of revenue. Now, the federal government, you can never do that because they can always print money. At least locally, you can do that by choking off the revenue stream.
Yeah. Some people are arguing that this is exempting certain groups from federal taxes, just like the argument that you brought up, the no tax on tips. Why are some people selected for this and others aren't?
It's all stupid, but at least this is less stupid because there are more winners than in the no tax on tips. He's fine to want to get out of the income tax game. He's right. It punishes hard work. It punishes prosperity. It punishes effort. Take Corbin, for example. Corbin works here all the time, our film producer. He works for The Fan. He works for us. He does a great job. He then also is a part of a family business, which in my understanding, he really enjoys and hopes someday that he can run that family business. He works his ass off. Why should he be punished when some slug who sits at home will reap the benefit versus some guy, oh, you earned more. Well, you worked harder. Why would you punish somebody who works harder? I've never understood this. So I'm okay with going away from that system. But you have to go away with it in the tune of, we're also going to reduce the amount of money we're spending, and Trump does not want to do that.
Yeah. Philip Faust is going to join us next. He is the clerk treasurer for Speedway.
And so for those of you who don't know, the clerk treasurer pays the bills. They spend the money.
Yeah.
And he is going to talk about, as a guy who spends money, how local governments, they'll be able to sustain spending a little less money if Braun gets his property tax reset.
It's Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Hey guys, it's Rob for my friends at Universal Windows Direct. And right now, going on Universal Windows Direct, it's their tax time sale. Oh, yes, that's where you can save big while making your home more comfortable and energy efficient. And for every 2 windows you buy, you're going to get the next 2 windows free. Plus, on top of that, pay no interest until 2030. That's right, no interest for the next 6 years, making it easier than ever to afford the quality windows your home needs. But wait, there's more. This month only, Universal Windows Direct is giving you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. So, to get all the information, because some restrictions may apply, schedule your free in-home estimate today, 317-659-7574, 317-659-7574. Again, tax time sale, buy 2, get 2 free, no interest till 2030. And that $500 off your home improvement project. UniversalWindowsDirect.com, UniversalWindowsDirect.com. Tell them Rob sent you.
Another update is just minutes away.
Strong winds and even tornadoes.
40, 50 miles per hour.
Tonight into tomorrow morning.
Hear the news.
House Republican passed bill Chuck Schumer now support.
I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal.
On the level.
30-day ceasefire.
Russia's there, and if they're not, it'll be a very disappointing moment for the world.
On the go.
IU men's basketball team eliminated.
Mike Woodson believes they can get into the NCAA tournament.
93 WIPC Mobile News.
For you like family heating and air.
Maintenance is going to drastically increase the efficiency and performance of your system. It's also going to significantly improve the longevity of it. People think that they are saving money by skipping their maintenance, and in reality, they're just shaving years off the life and increasing the consumption of that unit, spending a lot more in the long term.
Get your tune-up today at Family Heating and Air, your trusted local independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hey guys, it's Rob. You know, it's Friday. That means Sunday is right around the corner. And this Sunday, if you're looking for a new church home or even a first church home, check out the place we call home, Life Church. Life Church is warm. They're welcoming. They'd love the opportunity to meet and welcome you and your family. Many WIBC listeners have found a home at Life Church over the years. I know, talk to them all the time at Life Church. Life Church makes it easy for you. 4 campuses across central Indiana, Noblesville, Fishers, Eagle Creek, and Pendleton. They've also got great online services. You can learn more about everything online, lifechurchin.com.
It's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard. With a qualifying plan, you can choose an iPhone 14 or a Samsung Galaxy for $0. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. No hassle, no gimmicks, just honest-to-goodness wireless price right. Dial pound 250, you say the keywords Pure Talk, claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with a qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, which is America's wireless company. Visit puretalk.com for details.
The deals and specials are sizzling hot. It's the Central Indiana Gun and Knife Show this Saturday and Sunday at the Boone County Fairgrounds in Lebanon. The best dealers in the region. Hundreds of tables. Just $6 for adults. Kids 12 and under get in free. Must be 18 or accompanied by an adult. Buy, sell, trade. This Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Boone County Fairgrounds in Lebanon. For more info, visit centralindianagunshows.com.
Discover Barkeep Vodka, the cleanest and smoothest vodka thanks to its unique compression filtering by Indy-based True Essence.
Top shelf quality and value, and you're supporting local Indiana farms. Grab a bottle at any Indiana store or visit barkeepvodka.com.
My mama told me, she said, son, please beware.
Casey, I don't know if you know, we got a big event coming up Monday.
Is there something happening Monday at the State House, Rob? I've heard little about it. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's the property tax rally on Monday.
1 p.m. at the State House. Bring your ma, bring your pa, bring your whole family, and we'll be right outside. There's a big open space outside the Lieutenant Governor's office on the 3rd floor, and we will be there, and we've laid out the laundry list of esteemed members of society that'll be participating. You got Micah Beckwith, the Lieutenant Governor, who'll be speaking.
Yep.
You've got multiple state representatives, J.D. Prescott, Andrew Ireland, Craig Haggard, who will be speaking. They'll throw us up there for a few minutes, and then the closer.
We're like the least interesting part about the entire rally, because we're going to have the Lieutenant Governor open the show. Remind everybody who's going to the rally.
It will be a show.
It will be a show.
You'll want to see it.
Right. Remind everybody who's going to close the rally.
Yes, announced today, the governor. Mike Braun.
Oh, that guy.
He'll be closing. He'll be the big home run hitter. We'll be teeing it up for him.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that we are talking about in this property tax rally is, hey, local governments have gotten enough. We have suffered because local governments have gotten enough, and we've talked about these hearings, how ridiculous some of these local government people have been in terms of the Mooresville guy. We're shut off the lights.
We're going to have to shut off the lights. No power unless your property taxes go up.
But one of the, we talked about the trustee. We're going to lose 7 firemen, and then are you going to fire them or not hire them? Well, we're not going to hire them. Well, that's not losing. But anyway, one of the things, part of this rally too, is we're going to have a couple of local government people who are going to be there, and they're going to speak and talk about, hey, we can make cuts. The world won't end. We can make some reforms. We will survive. It was like a Gloria.
Believe it or not, we'll go on.
Yeah, Gloria Gaynor. I will survive, right? And so one of the people, he's not going to be speaking at the rally, but he's been very passionate about this, and he actually messaged me the other day and said, hey, I'd like to talk about this because I believe we can all coexist in a peaceful, harmonious world where local governments can make some reforms and people can still have tax relief. Is a guy by the name Philip Faust. Philip is the clerk treasurer in Speedway, which is actually super interesting because he doesn't vote on things, but he controls the money.
Oh.
He sees the money.
Yes.
And Philip joins us now on the WIBC hotline. Philip Faust, hello.
Hello. Thanks so much for having me. I'm excited to talk with you guys.
Yeah, you had messaged me the other day, and you said, look, I'm pretty passionate about this, and I've actually become more and more passionate about this over the past several weeks as I've seen these hearings unfold and listened to your show. Kind of tell us why you've gotten jazzed up about the idea of the governor's property tax reform plan with these bill resets.
I guess, there's a couple things. When I, thought about it just at a high level beforehand, and it was, more theory than anything. It's, I want a tax system that, is fair and that is also, transparent. And the problem with property taxes is that, unfortunately, I think for most people, it's not a fairly transparent system anymore. And it's gotten to the point where I think, you all have repeated this point and been very clear on it. If you have a system that is doing unrealized gains, or, I think in more layman's terms, this is someone's getting taxed higher on their house value supposedly going up, but they won't see that until they sell or until they die. It seems like a very unfair system to me. But I think what's kind of taking it from the academic to the more of a passion is that, I think we just really lose credibility if we're local government officials and we say there is just absolutely nothing that could be cut. That, while I do think we have important roles to play and there are, real services that we need to provide, it's just not credible to say to the governor, to the General Assembly, to our neighbors, we can't even handle a cut in the increase of what we're going to receive. So,
that's a big part of it, right, Philip? Is when you hear these doom and gloom people, you say, "Wait a second! Somehow we, as taxpayers, have managed to move forward. We've seen our taxes go up every year, which means less money for us. We've managed to make it work. Why is it that the local governments can't make this work?"
Yeah, it's a solid point, and I think that. When I, think of my role as like the financial officer for a town, obviously, I want us to be able to fulfill our mission and, we can't do away with taxes, but there's a limiting factor of how much money you can get, right? And if that money amount increases, then somehow people will find a way to spend it. And I haven't seen anybody really issuing refunds lately, saying they came in under budget. And
Phil, I don't know, Casey, wants to hop in here real quick, but that's an interesting point. So you are in central Indiana, you're Speedway, the home of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and our township trustee that we had from way down south, several White River Township, it was Gibson County, I think it was, all those a couple months ago now, basically said the same thing. Two guys at the totally different spectrums of the state saying the same thing, which is, and I'll let you hop in on this, Philip, and then I'll hand it over to Casey. No matter what the local governments get, they're going to spend. It doesn't matter how much they get. You guys are both saying the same thing. It's you'll find a way to spend it. You'll spend to whatever the number is, or they'll spend to whatever the number is.
Yeah, it's interesting. The I guess wizened financial advisors that you can consult at different times. There's almost a well, if you don't spend it, then someone's going to look at it and they will take it away from you next year. So,
and isn't that the fear?
Get it out the door.
Yeah, you always hear, well, if we don't spend it, we're going to lose it next year. Philip Faust is joining us. He's the treasurer from Speedway, the clerk treasurer. And I'm wondering if you could give us a real world example of an area that you've seen where maybe some of the fat could be trimmed.
Yeah, and I guess I will give my plug, but I do think Speedway does a better job than most at keeping themselves trim. But if we're honest, we see purchases of new vehicles for departments and things like that on a fairly regular basis. That would be one of the first places I would look if we had to tighten our budget. Can you extend that cycle a little bit? Everyone wants the nice new equipment and things like that, but that would be a fairly low-hanging fruit in my mind of some place to find some fat to cut.
So, Philip, it is your belief as the financial, essentially the manager of the money for this town of Speedway, that if the governor's property tax reform plan passed, that you think your town council and your town manager, hello to Grant. Did you know the town manager of Speedway was the town manager that I hired in Brownsburg?
Really?
Grant Kleinhens is his name.
Okay.
Guy that helped me write that massive property tax rate reduction that I've been earning a living off of for basically the last 12 or 13 years. So I'm confident, Philip, and you can back me up on this, that if the governor's property tax reform plan passed, the town of Speedway would figure out a way to make it work. You would not cease to exist.
Yeah, I don't think we'd cease to exist. Obviously, as you all have covered, there are ever-changing proposals. So, I'm not a person out here saying we can, cut all property tax, obviously, under our current system. But I think there's room for significant, impactful relief to property taxpayers who have been getting hit without the sky falling on us. So.
Well, Philip, we appreciate you taking a few moments to speak out on this because we need more local government people. I talk to them all the time. Yeah, we could do this, we could do that. Well, would you like to speak on? No, I don't want anybody to get angry at me, right? And man, we do appreciate it. And we'll look forward to seeing you on Monday because you're in a unique position of handling the money. You're not voting on this stuff. You're paying the bills. You see this. So, man, we really appreciate you taking a few moments to speak out, and we appreciate you.
Thank you for all your efforts on it, and take care.
Yeah, it is Kendall Casey on 93 WIBC.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Community Health Network cares for your heart health. From heart scans and vascular screenings to complex heart procedures, you can count on our expert team for the highest quality cardiovascular care, when and where you need it. Your path to a healthy heart starts with knowing your risk. Schedule a heart scan or vascular screening today. Visit ecommunity.com/heart. Community Health Network. Exceptional care. Simply delivered.
I'm a grandson, a son. I'm an employee and a mentor. I'm a father to 2 beautiful kids and a husband to an amazing wife. And I have a substance use disorder. In other words, I'm living in recovery with an addiction. And now that you know, will you let it change how you see me? It's okay to see my addiction, but I want you to know it's people choosing to see me as a person that changed my life.
See the person, not just their disease. Learn more at cbeyondtheaddiction.org.
My brother never checks on dad. Or, my sister won't make time to take mom to the doctor. Are these things you've heard yourself say? This is Tina McIntosh, president of Joy's House and co-host of the Caregiver Crossing radio program. I have a caregiving tip for you. Stay tuned.
Cardon and Associates offers the finest senior living options tailored to your loved one's needs. Reservations are now being accepted for new apartments at Copper Trace in Westfield. Visit cardon.com.
Expressing anger or resentment toward unsupportive siblings can cause unmendable rifts in relationships. Don't try to control everyone else. You can only control yourself. The success of your caregiving journey does not rest on others. So enjoy the time with your loved one. This is your special time with them. More tips like this are available anytime at caregivercrossingradio.org. With new weekly content created by Joy's House and distributed in partnership with Network Indiana, we're an on-air and online support group for Hoosier family caregivers. Hear conversations with experts, access a library of online education, and more at caregivercrossingradio.org.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
It hasn't begun yet, but it will soon. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 11:30. Storms are supposed to hit Indiana this evening.
The first of the storms will come in from the west near our Illinois-Indiana border.
Cody Moore with the National Weather Service believes that will happen between 9 and 11 tonight, and they could be at their worst when you're asleep. The Weather Service is giving an update at 2 o'clock. Lawmakers working on a deal to avoid a government shutdown by tonight's deadline. On the Senate floor this morning, Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said his decision to support the legislation is based on helping everyday Americans.
I believe it is the best way to minimize the harm that the Trump administration will do to the American people.
But other Democrats are furious at what Schumer is doing, saying he's wrong. And the Indiana Pacers play the Philadelphia 76ers tonight at 7 o'clock. I'm John Herrick, on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
We got to talk about this video
that
has emerged related to Richard Allen and the Delphi murder.
Yeah, so what the website Justice for Richard Allen released the full video.
Now, I think this has come out because they're appealing his conviction, and this is a part of this, and this is the bridge guy video, correct?
Yeah. So his attorneys, the attorneys for Richard Allen, they have filed to appeal his conviction. Of course, he was convicted on November 11th for the murders of the two girls, sentenced to 130 years in prison.
Okay, so this was the video that the photo of bridge guy came from, correct? Is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
I have several questions about this. You know that I think some serious shenanigans took place, and I don't even know if the guy did it or not. And this is the biggest problem. Nobody does, because reasonable people, I think, believe he got totally railroaded by this judge in the process, that every ruling went against him. They weren't allowed to essentially enter a defense. He may have done it. Don't know. But I have several questions out of this, and I'm not being facetious when I'm asking these questions, and maybe you know the answer to them. One, the bridge guy photo was like super grainy.
Blurry.
This video is crystal clear.
You'd think they'd be able to get a better picture.
What happened to where that's the photo we get of bridge guy, but this video, so if you've not seen the video, it is of one of the girls. It is, the camera appears positioned down at the ground. They're moving. You can see one of the other girls. At one point, she moves the phone to where the other girl is in the video, moving towards her. There appears to be another person in this video with them that was instructing them. To me, it seems like there's two people involved in this. The bridge guy is not the only person involved in the video. But I come back to, why is this video so clear? And the only video we got of bridge guy was this grainy thing that looked like it was downloaded from AOL in 1997. Right? I mean, didn't that stand out to you?
It did. And it also seemed like the picture that was released was kind of smushed.
Right. Yes. Thank you. So I have that question. Then also, unless they were under threat of force, because you can clearly hear the down the hill. This is the down the hill video. I think you can hear that. They must have been somebody there with them already, right? I mean, there must have been somebody there with them. Otherwise, why would they be doing that? See, this is what is not clear in this video to me. To me, it seems like there is another person. I've talked to somebody else who has been very involved in this case, studying it, reading about it, engaged in it every day. And they said the same thing, these two things. Why is the image so poor that the public received when this video is so clear? And I think a reasonable person would watch that video and think maybe there was another person involved in this. Which was always the theory of the defense, right? That this was a more than one person thing.
Right. And I listened to it. I tried to turn it up really loud, and I didn't hear anything other than the down the hill.
Yeah, they tried to say the police tried to say, right, that you can hear the clicking of a gun or the cocking of a gun.
Well, is that what that was, or was that stepping on branches?
I don't know. And so I don't think the video tells you a whole lot other than they were, for some reason, doing this, what this person wanted them to do. Although the one girl, when the camera is on her, does not appear to be in any sort of distress, because at one point, and I always get Libby and Abby confused, but the one who is holding the camera at one point positions it up enough. She's clearly trying to not reveal that she's filming.
Recording.
But she positions it up towards the other girl, and she's walking and does not appear to be in some sort of immense state of distress. It doesn't seem like she's crying. It doesn't. There's no profanity. They don't appear to have been injured at this point. So to me, it's like they're. I took
it that she was nervously and quickly trying to get off the bridge.
But you had a teenage girl, or these girls were they even teenagers? They weren't even teenagers at this point, were they? How would she have been calm like that? I mean, if some guy was threatening you, if they would I mean, do you think about how your daughter would have? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't mean like to make people start thinking their daughter in this position, but they did not seem as though people who. It's like something doesn't seem right, but they don't appear people who to be two girls who are in immediate fear of their demise. I'm just thinking about how a teenager or a preteen girl would have reacted.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, I think she looked to me like she was just she was focusing on the bridge and her steps and just trying to get off of it. And the reason why she was trying to get off of it was because she was nervous about bridge guy, or was it because she was nervous about the height, or because it came out that she was already nervous about crossing that bridge to begin with.
Right, and I'm not.
I mean, she was just focused trying to get off. Why?
I'm not having this conversation as somebody. I think it's two separate things. My opinion that this guy got screwed, and I mean screwed in the sense of he may have done it. That's why I'm so upset that
the court said he did.
Well, 12 people who didn't see a whole bunch of the evidence said he did. We saw what the judge did, and you and I said throughout this whole process, he's not getting a fair trial. That all of these rulings were going against him, and the judge seemed very petty and mean-spirited about it at numerous points throughout this trial. I'm trying to eliminate that and what I believe how the trial went. I'm just talking about these things that I'm seeing in this video. And to me, it would tend to lend credibility to the fact that there was more than one person involved.
So Allen's attorneys, they previously filed a 24-page motion in January outlining different errors from his trial, and they seek to have the conviction overturned. They also question the timeline during the trial. Libby's family has put out a statement. They said, "We realize that filing an appeal is part of his judicial rights. We wish he would not pursue this course of action and own up to his numerous confessions and accept the conviction he received after a trial of his peers."
Okay, so, and again, it's a horrific thing, and they clearly must think he did it, or they want to believe he did it, or whatever. I would love to ask them, do you think that guy got a fair shake? Do you think him not being able to present a defense, which is essentially what the judge did, they made it impossible for him to present a defense, because their defense was, and there is clear evidence that something of this existed, that this Odinism was a part of the was the perpetrator of this crime. Doesn't make it true, I would love to ask them, do you think this guy should have got the right to defend himself? Because he was essentially left without any defense whatsoever. And the confession tapes, I mean, again, we're debating apples and oranges here, right? Because this is just about this video. And I don't think you're ever going to know, because I don't think he's going to get any relief on appeal, and I think they're just going to let him rot in prison, and it'll be what it'll be.
Susan Beckwith is going to join us next. It's the Mind Your Manners segment to wrap up the week with Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above?
Hey guys, it's Rob. You know, it is Friday, Friday. See, I went to the public school. I can spell Friday. And that means Sunday is just 2 days away. And this Sunday, maybe you're thinking to yourself, man, I'm looking for something different. And that could be a new church home or a first church home. And if that's you, strongly encourage you to consider the place we call home, Life Church. Life Church makes it super simple for you. They've got 4 campuses all across central Indiana. It's Noblesville, it's Fishers, it's Eagle Creek, and it's Pendleton. They've got amazing online services. You can check it out without ever having to even leave your house. Lots of WIBC listeners have found a home at Life Church over the years. See why for yourself. Check it out on Sunday or beforehand. Check it out on the web, lifechurchin.com.
Whether you're preparing for retirement, navigating a life transition, or simply wondering if you're on the right path, Howard Bailey Financial is here to help. Together, we'll work on a personalized plan designed to bring greater clarity to your goals and help you approach decisions with confidence. It's not just about numbers, it's about the life you want to lead and the legacy you want to leave behind. With over 20 years of experience, Howard Bailey Financial has been dedicated to guiding individuals as they work toward taking control of their financial future and finding peace of mind. Text PATH to 888-262-1104 to download a free retirement toolkit and start planning for the retirement you've dreamed of. Howard Bailey Financial, helping you turn hope into a plan and dreams into reality. Howard Bailey Securities, LLC is an independent financial services firm and uses a variety of different investment strategies. Please see disclosures at howardbailey.com.
Health gives you the ability to love more, feel more, be more. Health gives you the ability to live an extraordinary life. Because every day, no matter the challenges, is a chance to breathe, laugh until your belly aches, cry because you care so much, and experience everything that makes your life truly extraordinary. For 150 years, Franciscan Health has been there, watching extraordinary lives unfold. Love your extraordinary life.
Garage door problems? Call today for service today. Garage Doors of Indianapolis services all makes of garage doors 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Call today for service today. 875-4577. Call today for service today. Get it fixed right now. Call Garage Doors of Indianapolis at 875-4577 or visit doorstoday.com.
In the morning, call 875-4577.
For service today?
Today.
I'll say this. There are no entries in the Hoops Fan Hall of Fame who didn't show up to the game. Yes, you in the back.
Professor, March Madness is coming to Indianapolis. Are we ready?
You prepared to bring the fire? Give it 110 from tip to the final buzzer? Oh, you're ready. The NCAA Sweet 16 and Elite 8, March 28th and 30th in Indianapolis. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/MBB tickets. Class dismissed.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant at home office. 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
The Attorney General's Office, reuniting Hoosiers with over $1 million in unclaimed property every week. Visit indianaunclaimed.gov or text money to 46220 today.
You want to listen all day to WIBC, but you don't always have time. Don't worry. There's a podcast for that. The WIBC Mashup. Daily highlights from your favorite hosts, Tony Katz, Kendall and Casey, and Hammer and Nigel. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Looks like I'm losing.
Casey, it's that time.
It is. It's Friday, and you know what we do on Fridays.
Yes, every Friday we send you into the weekend preparing to be a better member of society.
Hopefully. I mean, that's the objective, right?
Yes, like maybe you have a job where none of your stuff works and you're ready to just, just start throwing things out the window.
Don't do that.
You don't want to enter the weekend with those sort of with that sort of mindset. So
No,
to make you a better member of society, this segment
Yeah.
is called Mind Your Manners, and we don't bring any just rank and file amateur in. We have our own former Miss Indiana. She's also the second lady of the state of Indiana. Her name is Susan Beckwith. Susan Beckwith, hello.
Happy Friday.
Okay, so Monday is our big property tax rally, and it's also St. Patrick's Day. And you said, well, we got to have some etiquette for St. Patrick's Day so that when everybody comes to the State House, they're good law-abiding members of society.
Yes, aside from just the obvious, don't be drinking on the job, during St. Patrick's, especially if that's permitted. Don't get drunk or anything of that nature. Don't pinch people that don't want to be pinched. But really, what I would love to talk about is the fact that part of manners is being a great conversationalist. And so I thought we could go over some key things about St. Patrick's Day so that you can also be a great conversationalist when the day comes around.
Oh, perfect. Yes. Tell me So wait, you can't. When did they start telling you can't drink on the job? When did that, Casey, become a thing? They didn't notify us of that here.
I think those signs are posted by OSHA around most offices. Don't be drunk here.
Yes, exactly.
Also, no pinching, huh?
Yeah.
Huh.
No pinching. And some people don't celebrate, so if you know that, obviously don't try to engage them. But those are just, some real common sense ones. But I thought to switch it up today, let's do a little quiz.
Oh, very good. Okay, yes, very good. Quiz, our St. Patrick's Day quiz. Go.
Okay, much to the dismay of probably Nigel and Hammer, what decade, the St. Patrick's Day was actually a dry holiday up until what decade?
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to say the 50s.
That seems no. It's got to be after. It's got to be after that. I'll say the 40s.
1970s.
What?
Right. I know. Okay, here we go.
Wait. Do we know how alcohol then became a part of St. Patrick's Day? Do we know? Is there any background on that? Or are you just reading something out of a book?
I do not know, and I'm not a big drinker, so I'm probably not a good person to ask about.
Well, now we're going to play a little game on Monday. How much green beer can we get Susan Beckwith to drink after the property tax rally?
Which will be none.
I was going to say, sounds like not a lot.
Okay, all right. So 1970s was a dry holiday. Go ahead.
Okay. St. Patrick's Day was originally meant to celebrate what?
St. Patrick?
No, driving the snakes out of Ireland.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? That's another question which you got. So basically he was introducing what to Ireland in the 5th century?
What?
Christianity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is important, right? My wife and I had this conversation the other day. He wasn't literally driving snakes. The snakes is a metaphor, right? There weren't literal snakes that he was driving out.
Well, I actually read that there were never any snakes to begin with, but that is part of the legend that he stood up on this rock and that he drove the snakes out. But I don't think that there's any real, truth to that.
The real background of this is he was introducing Christianity to the people of Ireland.
Yes, in the 5th century.
Very good. All right, what else?
Okay, what song is considered the national anthem of Northern Ireland and is still today one of the most popular songs?
Pride in the Name of Love. You too.
Is that correct?
No, Danny Boy.
Oh, Danny Boy.
This should go with Pride in the Name of Love.
Yeah, they could modernize it, right?
We also would have, what was the Sinead O'Connor?
Nothing compares to
Yeah,
you.
we also would have accepted
That was written by Prince.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't
Yeah.
it? And then she got in real trouble because didn't
Yeah.
she tear the Pope's picture up? Anyway, okay. What else, Susan? What else? We're doing, by the way, we're doing St. Patrick's Day trivia with, it's a Mind Your Manners segment with Susan Beckwith. Go ahead.
Yes, St. Patrick wasn't actually Irish, like many like to think. Where is he believed to be born?
Bolivia.
Oh, Bolivia, you think? I'm going to go with, let's go with England.
Scotland or Wales. So, I mean, right there. Actually, I'm hoping he's Welsh. Micah comes from Welsh descent, and they're very proud of that.
You ever do a family history, Susan? What are you?
I would love to get more into my genealogy. Now, my aunt, who's probably listening to this, is like, yes, we do, and you should know this. But
she'll let you know what you are.
All right, so what do we have so far? Can you recap the trivia? Because people can bust these out on Monday, and they'll be just the belle of the ball. What are the ones we've hit so far?
They'll be a great conversationalist. So St. Patrick's Day was a dry holiday up until the 1970s.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So St. Patrick's Day was originally meant to celebrate introducing Christianity to Ireland in the 5th century. He wasn't actually believed to be Irish, but either Scottish or Welsh. What animal did St. Patrick allegedly banish from Ireland? Rob, you said that one, which was
the snakes.
Mm-hmm.
The snakes.
Yes.
Better known as my friends in my 20s.
I think the other one that we have covered is what song is considered the national anthem of Northern Ireland, which was Danny Boy.
Not Pride in the Name of Love.
No.
Yeah. All right. One more, Susan. One more St. Patrick's Day trivia if you got one.
Okay. So where does the phrase "Kiss me, I'm Irish" actually come from?
Tawny Katayan.
No, it comes from the legend, the Blarney Stone legend, which is supposed to bring good luck to you if you kiss it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's the thing. You actually have to hang upside down when you're kissing it.
What?
Oh.
What are you even saying?
Yeah, you lay down
Impressive.
and you have to.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, your head's kind of upside down.
Seems like a lot of effort.
Yeah, and kind of scary too, right?
I mean, I've done worse for love.
Well, I'm sure you have. That's a different segment, isn't it?
Is love? Is that what we're calling it? Hey, Susan's on the phone with Susan. Tell us about your very fabulous website and Facebook page, Belle of the Midwest.
My website can be a great resource for lots of different social etiquette topics. It's also a great place for you to submit your etiquette questions. I had somebody reach out to me yesterday. They said, hey, we hear you're a matchmaker. And I was like, oh, no, that was just a one-time thing. So
could be a new business for you.
Well, here's the thing, though, Susan. You are a matchmaker because that person that you tried to connect Kevin with, that he dropped the ball on, she was wonderful. So I think you have a gift. I think you have a gift for that. That was not your fault. That was Kevin's fault for being lazy.
Well, you know what? Maybe it'll work out in the long run. But I love to see love, so hopefully if I can help others, I'm happy to do it.
They made a movie about that. What was it? Will Smith? Wasn't he
Was he a matchmaker?
Hitch. That was his name, right? Hitch?
Yes, I quote that movie a lot.
Yeah, perfect. Belle of the Midwest, BELLE of the Midwest.com, Facebook page. Susan Beckwith, you're the best. Thank you.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. And hopefully we'll see you on Monday at the State House. That's going to do it for us today. Thank you, Rob.
Ron's going to be there.
Yeah, the governor.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you know, that's who we hang out with these days.
Boy, wait till he sees the introduction I'm going to give him. He's going to hire me to just go around the state.
Uh-huh. You're going to get the crowd riled up for him, aren't you?
Going to be a bunch of Ed McMahon. Hey-o! All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Thanks for listening. Have a great weekend. This has been Kendall and Casey on 93 WIBC.
You love spring in Indy, so don't spend it painting. Do what your neighbor Mike did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our home is basically a contemporary, and we just started noticing that the paint was just fading and just looked like garbage. We had received a postcard from Rhino Shield, and we decided to take a look at it.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate here in Indiana.
The process with Rhino Shield and their crew, they were just very conscientious. We had problems in the past with painters. They leave debris and everything. Well, we didn't have that with Rhino Shield.
Visit Rhino Shield's booth at the Flower and Patio Show and learn about their 25-year transferable warranty protection. Plus, receive a free prize.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced, and we save $70 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino.
Paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hey, Bill, where you been? You're overdue for a haircut.
Man, listen, my water pipes burst and flooded my house. Place a mess.
I've been staying with my daughter till I can figure out what to do.
You trying to fix it and move back in?
No way. It's too big a mess. It'll cost me tens of thousands of dollars. I ain't got that kind of money.
You trying to sell it then?
Well, that's what I'd like to do, but who's going to buy my house in this condition?
Did you call Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters bought our house when we were in a jam. We needed to move real quick. They closed fast and gave us cash.
Simple Quarters will buy in any condition?
That's right. They buy as is. You don't have to repair anything or clean anything out. It's simple.
What do I have to do?
Just call them. They'll do a quick walkthrough, then they'll make you an offer.
Simple Quarters is a local Christian company that loves to help people in difficult situations. Call Simple Quarters at 317-900-HOME. That's 317-900-HOME. Check us out at simplequarters.com.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth, our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today, 317-480-4040. That's 317-480-4040.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel, plus low to no monthly payments. Call 765-545-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to that'sareus.com. 765-545-BATH.
That's are us. When dreams don't get in, that's are us.
Want to find out what real retirement planning is all about? Tune in to Expedition Retirement with Greg Ayler, Sunday mornings at 7 on WIBC.
Call today or visit bwindow.com. This month only, receive $400 off per window, $850 off per patio or entry door with 2.99% financing.
On the level, on the go. 93 WIBC Indianapolis.
Coming up.
Strong, damaging winds.
Institutions fail to address the growing problem of anti-Semitism.
I want to thank Secretary Kennedy for having the confidence in my capacity.
And it can range from like anime to video games.
This is the WIBC News at noon.
Tornadoes, rain, and more, all possible.
Right now, your radar is spotless. 66 degrees in downtown Indianapolis. I'm Ryan Hedrick.
And I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 12 noon. Most of the state will be under a wind advisory starting at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and storms could be severe tonight.
Our main threat is going to be strong, damaging winds. We do have a moderate risk in the far western portion of central Indiana, which just means that the confidence is higher.
Casey Susan with the National Weather Service says winds could gust up to 80 miles an hour at times.
Stay weather aware, have multiple ways to get warnings, and know where to go whenever you get that warning.
The National Weather Service will have a conference call at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
There was a mistake in handling Indianapolis Mayor Joe Hogsett's retirement fund, and it went undetected for a while. And that left him $60,000 short. His retirement plan includes a deferred compensation where the city matches $7,500, which is an annual contribution. Because that payment wasn't invested, Hogsett missed out on potential growth. The city is now looking into this, and he'll have to be paid back over time.
Directing the Indiana Commission for Higher Education to review policies on anti-Semitism is the point of an executive order signed by Governor Mike Braun this morning. Carmel Rabbi Benjamin Sindro says it's unfortunate that it took an executive order, but he's glad the governor did take action.
Columbia University is the example of what happens when institutions fail to address the growing problem of anti-Semitism, and
and I'm glad that the Indiana higher education system will be taking that seriously.
You might remember protests at U.S. universities after the October 2023 Hamas attack on Israel, including a 5-month pro-Palestinian protest at Indiana University in Bloomington.
It's about getting groups to team up with immigration and customs enforcement. That's the goal of at least one bill in the Indiana House, but Carolina Castorino with Indiana Latino Democratic Caucus disagrees.
Immigration is a federal issue. It is neither up to the states or local authorities.
She tells Wish TV there are about 15 bills going around right now aimed at discouraging immigration in the Hoosier state.
Dr. Mehmet Oz is President Donald Trump's pick to run the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. His confirmation hearing is going on today.
I want to thank Secretary Kennedy for having the confidence in my capacity to make a meaningful and measurable difference in the health and well-being of the American people.
It's likely he'll get confirmed, but Democrats against him criticize his support of unproven medical treatments, including for the coronavirus, as well as conflicts of interest and financial ties to several healthcare companies.
Fraud, a pileup, and where you can people watch. Those stories and more next on 93 WIBC.
Coming up on Tony Katz today, what does a peace deal with Russia look like, and how do the Democrats find themselves a leader? Like they can find themselves a leader. That's after the news at noon on 93 WIBC.
More people came to live in Indiana in 2024 than in any year since 2008. Chris Davis breaks it down.
When people move here, that's called intentional migration. And a study from the Indiana Business Research Center at the IU Kelley School of Business shows more than 30,000 people moved to Indiana in 2024. In fact, the population went up by more than 44,000 people when you factor in the number of births versus deaths. As you might imagine, the counties with the biggest growth were the Indianapolis metro counties, with Boone and Hancock showing the largest increase. But 73 of the state's 92 counties grew. Chris Davis, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
A pileup of several cars in Austin, Texas leads to fatalities today. Here's Fox's Jeff Manasso.
Fans of tacos gobbling up tickets in San Antonio, Austin, and Fort Worth sold by the Taco Museum.
Also in Texas, taco about a possible case of fraud. Fox's CJ Papa.
Fans of tacos gobbling up tickets in San Antonio, Austin, and Fort Worth sold by the Taco Museum. But all the events were either canceled or postponed at the last minute, and the Taco Museum website no longer exists, leaving many believing they were scammed. One woman said she received an email that the event in Austin was postponed because the venue could not accommodate the number of attendees and that it would be moved, but they never provided a location. She says it was rescheduled for March 8th and was canceled the day before. She didn't get a response when she asked for a refund. Some have sent letters to the state attorney general's office hoping to find who's behind the Taco Museum. CJ Papa, Fox News.
A pileup of several cars in Austin, Texas leads to fatalities today. Fox's Jeff Manasso.
2 children, including an infant, are among the 5 people who died in a 17-vehicle pileup along I-35 South in Austin. Several others hospitalized in what investigators call a very large and very complex collision, including an 18-wheeler that lost its load of steel. They're also crediting bystanders for assisting until full first responder support arrived.
With our total of the 17 patients, with everything that the chaos that we had here, the bystander support at the initial onset of the call were very helpful.
Police are still asking the public to avoid I-35 in North Austin as investigators and cleanup crews remain on scene. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Comic-Con back at the Indiana Convention Center today, and it goes through Sunday. Dan Farr is one of the organizers of the show. He says this is a celebration of pop culture, fandom, and some colorful personalities.
And they can range from anime, the video games, to the superhero movies. We even have Rainn Wilson coming in from The Office. We try to bring a really wide range of celebrity guests.
You can get autographs and photos with those guests and much more.
I'm Ryan Hedrick.
And I'm John Herrick. On the Level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
It's a really good engagement, and obviously there'll be some follow-up. And it sort of sets up for the leaders meeting later on this year, and we hope that'll be equally productive. But we felt really good about the statement, worked hard on it. I think it reflects our points on a number of topics. And I would just say the one takeaway, you're going to ask me questions about things that are going on in different bilateral relationships and so forth. But I think what's important, and something I said at the outset, which everybody agreed with, is that we're not going to allow the things we disagree on, and we'll disagree on things, to keep us from working closely on the things we agree on. And there are a lot of those. And hopefully the statement reflects that, and our actions will reflect that. And so we feel really good about it. The other announcement, and I think that's already reflected in the president's statements, there was what we felt was a very positive and productive engagement yesterday with President Putin and Special Envoy Witkoff. Obviously, he is on his way back. He should be back, and hopefully we'll convene this weekend. We'll examine the Russian position more closely and determine, the president will then determine what the next steps are. Suffice it to say, I think there is reason to be cautiously optimistic. But by the same token, we continue to recognize this is a difficult and complex situation. It will not be easy. It will not be simple. But we certainly feel like we're at least some steps closer to ending this war and bringing peace. But it's still a long journey.
That's Marco Rubio. He's the Secretary of State. You've seen pictures. He is there in Canada, G7 meeting there, world leaders, and discussing what it is that they discussed. And certainly this peace deal is top of mind. Certainly this peace deal is a very, very big deal indeed if you can get it. You've got Trump saying, hey, we want Russia to do this. We're glad they're thinking about it, but they've got Ukrainian troops surrounded, and they got to let these Ukrainian troops live. You know, don't hurt these people. It'll be an easier way to get to peace. So spare their lives. Now, is that actually the situation? I can't 100% say that. Tony Katz today. What's going on, people? Good to be with you. Find everything over at TonyKatz.com. That's what you should do immediately, if not sooner. I want to get into the Russian peace deal. If Secretary Rubio is going to keep talking about it, I'll share it. But I think the bigger story is Chuck Schumer. I'll get to that in a second, but first.
Oftentimes, you will have to work with, I'm not talking about President Putin in particular, I'm talking about generally, you will have to work with people you don't like in foreign policy. And oftentimes you will have disagreements with people you like. Sometimes you will have to figure out how to work together with nations that are not aligned with you on most issues. And in some other cases, you may find yourself unaligned on an issue with a nation that you work with very closely on a bunch of other things. That's not just now true today. That has been true throughout the history of mankind and certainly the relations between nation states. So I think it's important. I get there's this temptation to cover foreign policy the way we cover domestic policy and the way we cover other things in our society. But foreign policy is about nation states pursuing what they have interpreted to be in their national interest. And balancing that is what the art of diplomacy and the work of foreign policy is all about. And so we need to sort of be mature and open-eyed and realistic, without losing our idealism, without losing, what we hope the world will look like and want to shape it and be a part of. But by the same token, we have to make pragmatic decisions every single day, and that's not true today. That's always been true. Always.
Do you have any top lines from Mr. Witkoff? This was a late meeting. It went hours long. Is there anything that he shared? And then when you do examine the Russian position, the comments by President Putin were quite convoluted and tough to decipher. I wonder if you think that he's playing for time.
Well, I think you're not going to – this is not something that's going to play out in press conferences as I stand at a press conference. But this is – these again, I go back to the point I just made. When you want – if you think about the most recent example of ceasefire negotiations, which was what happened in Gaza and with Israel and so forth, yeah, there were newspaper and there were articles and there was news stories about it. But ultimately, you found out what the results were after the fact. And in the meantime, you saw public statements from different sides in regards to what they were going to do. I think this will be no different. So certainly, we're not going to make our foreign policy decisions on the basis of what a leader simply says at a press conference or somebody puts up on a social media post because there's some blogger close to the Kremlin or something like that. And likewise, I don't think that they're going to do that either. So I would just say that this is going to play out the way things of this nature and caliber have traditionally and normally play out, and that is with the leaders of the countries involved speaking, not in front of the cameras, not in front of the media, but in these negotiations that happen and in these talks that happen.
Translation, we don't know what's going to happen, but we're sure as hell going to try. I mean, that's what he's saying. And that is the right answer. You have no idea what it's going to be like in the room. You have no idea what it is that Vladimir Putin or his emissaries are going to be like. You don't know what they're going to ask for. You don't know how insane it's going to get. Okay. Completely fine. And I would think it's irrational to think that everything's going to go picture perfect, which is why, and I'll get to the Chuck Schumer stuff, I promise, but the Secretary of State is speaking live, and I want to keep on this topic. What the questions that are asked by the political left, the questions that are asked by some of the media is ridiculous, as in, will you share with us this specificity? No. It's not because I won't share. It's because there's no way to know. It's also because that's not how a negotiation works. One of the things that we see, one of the things that we note, is that the people who ask the questions are very rarely the people who have done things. This is true, for example, of the university set. Here are these college professors that are treated like gods. They're private parking spaces. They teach 2 classes. They do 2 hours of office hours, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, what a hard week that I've had." And it's yes, professor, no, professor, right away, professor, and please, professor, and it's the power and everything else. And then they sit in the faculty lounge and they smoke pipes, but not in the good, cool way. And they say, "Well, we should do this," and they'll put out a paper saying we should do this, and then some Politico says, "Well, this paper says we should do this," and then it doesn't work because, of course, these people have never done anything and have never actually measured their thoughts against real-world activities. So what happens next? They do the thing, or people do the thing, or they put out a policy that says you have to do the thing. The thing doesn't work, and then they sit again in their offices, right, in their faculty lounges, smoking their pipe that they don't actually smoke, and they go, "Huh, that didn't work. I guess the people did it wrong. We should give them more advice." They never once look at themselves because they don't have a way to look at themselves. They don't have any thought process. They may be the problem because they have no life experience, but they feel. Oh, they have got all the feels in their feely spots. And by the way, am I allowed to say feely spots on radio? Can I get a ruling on whether or not I could say feely spot? No? Yes? Maybe? I shouldn't, but I can. But I shouldn't. Is that what that's what I thought. I'm going to go with that. I can, but I shouldn't. These people have no minds and they have no experience. And then they speak to people who have experience, and people who have experience look at them and go, "You are a dope." And then they say, "Oh my gosh, look how crude he is. Look how he can't say this, and he can't say with specificity that." And then they bring on their so-called experts onto cable news and say, "Oh, you should be able to say this and that, and here's how you do that." These people. I don't know what it is that Russia's going to ask for. I don't know what it is that Russia finds important. But when we talk about Russian needs, there are a couple: land and money. And one way or another, that's getting discussed. Back to the Secretary of State.
Negotiations. So here's what I want to encourage everybody to do. Bifurcate 2 things, okay? The ceasefire and the conditions for everybody to stop shooting at each other. What will it take to get everybody to stop shooting at each other? And then moving to a negotiating table on settling the war with finality. 2 separate processes. Process number 1 is, what do we need from both sides in order to stop the shooting and the fighting so that you can get to a negotiating table? That's the second phase. As part of that second phase, there will obviously be every country in the world has a right to security, has a right to defend itself, has a right to protect its territory. That will have to be part of that conversation. And it will have to be something that involves not simply the views of the United States, but other countries that are involved in it. I've repeated this over and over again. The European Union has imposed significant sanctions on the Russian Federation and on individuals inside of Russia. So they will have to be consulted, and they'll have to be engaged in this process and so forth. So let's not predetermine or start putting everything ahead of itself here. The process of what long-term security means for Ukraine, that will be something that Ukraine will obviously have to agree with, and that will have to be worked through as part of that second phase. But we can't get to the second phase till we get through the first phase. We think it's very difficult to negotiate lasting peace and security in the midst of a all-out war. And so we have to try to lower that so that it makes it possible to move to phase 2 of this.
Secretary, the statement that you issued a little while ago also notes that the G7 discussed ways to impose costs on Russia should that become necessary to include caps on oil prices, additional support for Ukraine using seized sovereign Russian assets. Was there, but it said it discussed them. You didn't agree on them. Is there any agreement within the G7 on these particular measures, just what they should be in what order and what might trigger them? And why did you discuss them if you're so cautiously optimistic?
Well, first of all, they were raised because the Europeans have their own set of sanctions and new ones they would like to impose. And certainly the United States is not a member of the EU. We don't have a vote at the EU. And so whatever they determine and decide to do, we can't control it.
Different people with different interests. It's as if they are shocked to find that there's gambling in this establishment. Good Lord. So there was Secretary of State Marco Rubio. If he's got more, I'll bring it to you. In the meantime, Doge has to keep cutting. The question is, are they really running into this judicial buzzsaw that can keep them from doing their job? Which is really the job of government and this administration. Less is more. And Chuck Schumer, when I say he's not a wartime consigliere, I mean every bit of it. But now the defeat is just for everyone to see. I've got that story coming up. Keep it up. I'm Tony Katz. Or I should say keep it here. You can keep it up, too. This is Tony Katz Today.
Like magic, it appears in the sky. A rainbow. Somewhere over that rainbow lurks not bluebirds or dreams. Hidden behind that beauty is trouble.
Get a cone tornado right there.
Don't be fooled.
Tornado on the ground! Confirmed tornado on the ground! Confirmed tornadoes.
Oh my gosh, look at it. Oh my gosh.
This spring, depend on your severe weather station.
Baseball size hail.
93 WIBC.
You wake up feeling like you just boxed 12 rounds. Some wake up sweating with sore jaws, headaches, and a lot of our patients complain of brain fog. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula, and these signs, often joined with snoring, are sleep apnea symptoms. And if this sounds like you may have been in a struggle last night between you and this serious disorder. Many people aren't willing to fight back. But the fact is, you can't go through these nightly struggles without ramifications that each night chip away at your life's expiration date. I get it. You don't want to wear a CPAP mask. You may find out you don't need one. We have every effective sleep apnea solution available. And believe me, the mask is the last resort.
It's time to take action to stop your sleep struggle. Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
One of the joys of working with Radio 1 has been that they actually listen.
How can a partnership with WIBC serve your business?
My name's Jake Stamper. I'm the president and CEO of Sagacity Consulting, a full-service marketing and advertising firm.
Communication.
I choose to work with Radio 1 because I have such respect for their ability to achieve a goal. We have served manufacturers to not-for-profits to retail, and the privilege that we have in working with Radio 1 is that they listen to the problems that we're trying to solve or the goals that we want to achieve, which each one of those very vast clients.
Deliver your message to the audience that matters.
My clients have been extraordinarily happy over the last 20 years with the results produced by Radio 1.
Text business to 71007 to take your advertising to the next level.
Radio 1 does a phenomenal job at connecting with the community on every level.
Get results with WIBC.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office, 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour.
I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PHIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PHIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code
Hammer
PHIL25.
and Nigel show back at it this afternoon. We start at 3:06. It's beer. We'll have some arguments, and we're keeping our eye on the weather. 93 WIBC.
Social media giveth and social media taketh away, usually taking away your career. Today, it gives us much joy. Let me give you the twofer here. Let's start with number one. Number one is Senator Mark Kelly being like super angry about you and Tesla and you liking Tesla and things about Tesla, and now he's going to tell you about Tesla.
Hey folks, it's Mark Kelly here in Washington, driving to work for the last time in my Tesla. When I bought this thing, I didn't think it was going to become a political issue. Every time I get in this car in the last 60 days or so, it reminds me of just how much damage Elon Musk and Donald Trump is doing to our country.
These people are going to make me buy a Tesla. And I say this as a guy who locally in my area is sponsored by Ford. Andy Moore Ford is a local automotive dealership. Great people. I'm a full disclosure guy. I'll always tell you which way the wind blows. I love my Fords. I love what it does. But these people are like, okay, I'm sold. I will finally buy a Tesla. I never wanted one a day in my life. Why not? It's really a question of how good the deals are. Because I gotta get a Cybertruck or the Plaid, right? Like, these are my options. I don't even know what Plaid is. I'm just told, you gotta get the Plaid, Tony. I'm like, sure. I'm already wearing it. Get the Plaid. Get it. Okay. But you're really going to get rid of your car because you can't control your emotions? It's the silliest thing in the world. And that's only one of the Twitter things. That actually wasn't the top one that I found today. The top one. Can I laugh anymore like a happy child? And this is this right here is our very, very good friend Joy Reid. That's right. Our dear sweet friend Joy Reid.
Hey people, move along. There's nothing to see here.
Maybe. Joy Reid, according to the sources, and I'll say for the record, I don't know if the sources are right, but why not? Exclusive. It says exclusive. Tom Bevan had posted this, Real Clear Politics. Dumped host Joy Reid set to scream bloody murder over being axed from MSNBC. Quote, she knows where the bodies are buried and is getting set to torch the network to the ground. I am so excited. Somebody pour me a drink already. We're going to get to watch Joy Reid go scorched earth, finally. A show she does actually worth watching. Oh, please. Oh, please start with how terrible Rachel Maddow is and how desperate Chris Hayes is to be Rachel Maddow. Please start with that. I'm begging you to start with that. Please, there's so many things we want to know. So many. Now, I don't know if I should believe her. I don't know if I actually believe Joy Reid on anything, but that is great. You get fired and your answer is burn it all down. First things first. Do you need matches? If you need matches or lighters, I have over there, right over there, I have an array of lighters. I got fancy, expensive lighters. I got cheapo lighters you could actually throw into the bonfire and let it go boom. I don't care. I'll get another one. What is it that you need? You need lumber? You need wood? We have got firewood all over this place. I literally will buy every copy of the Washington Post so you have some kindling. Oh, if you light it on fire, Joy Reid, I could not be more happy or excited. But I'm telling you right now, if there ain't video, the whole thing didn't happen. No. I need to see your face when you're setting your dear, wonderful colleagues on fire. And not just Rashida Jones, the former head of MSNBC who left. No. I want to hear what you think about Nicole Wallace. I want to hear what you think about Elie Mystal. Oh, yes, I do. I want Joy Reid's full take on Mika Brzezinski. And I want to hear Joy Reid say, you know how Trump described Mika? That wasn't far off. I want that more than I want oxygen. Please, Lord, let me see it. Now, do I believe her? Why would I believe anything Joy Reid said now? I didn't believe her before. I don't understand why I would all of a sudden be like, well, we should really ponder this for a while. It's Joy Reid. Joy Reid is actually an old Latin term for full of crap. There's no reason to believe Joy Reid about anything. That said, I can't wait to see it. I am so just thrilled. And this was Twitter like 1-2. And this app, by the way, is free. Free. Well, I do pay the $8. I do. I pay the $8. I want to be supportive. If you're going to be about free speech, you're going to let people talk, even if I don't like them, I'm in. I like it. Speaking of Musk, as we talk about Twitter and Tesla, is Doge actually doing its job? Andrew Langer, who fills in here with the American Conservative Union doing policy work over there, we will break it down. Is there more to do, and when do we see results? I'm Tony Katz.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
A wind advisory goes into effect tonight. I'm John Herrick. This report is brought to you by Window Nation. Here's what's trending at 12:30. That's when severe weather is supposed to arrive in Indiana. Casey Susan with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis says it's best to be ready for anything.
Our main threat is going to be strong, damaging winds. We do have a moderate risk in the far western portion of central Indiana, which just means that the confidence is higher.
Susan says winds could gust up to 80 miles an hour at times. The National Weather Service will have a conference call at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Indiana gas at $2.96 a gallon on average today, says Gas Buddy. And it's time for Ted Lasso fans to believe once again. Apple TV Plus has renewed that award-winning comedy for a fourth season. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students.
Health gives you the ability to love more, feel more, be more. Health gives you the ability to live an extraordinary life. Because every day, no matter the challenges, is a chance to breathe, laugh until your belly aches, cry because you care so much, and experience everything that makes your life truly extraordinary. For 150 years, Franciscan Health has been there, watching extraordinary lives unfold. Love your extraordinary life.
Tough, reliable, and ready to work. You were born that way. Kubota is built that way. Our entire ag lineup, featuring versatile tractors and hay tools, powerful skid steer loaders, and the rugged Sidekick utility vehicle, is designed with the engine of a Kubota and the heart of a farmer. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find a dealer near you.
I just wish Mom could hear better on the phone.
Dad gets so upset with me when I call. I wish it were different.
The caption phone from Relay Indiana allows you to speak into the phone, and your words appear on a bright, easy-to-read screen. Conversations occur naturally with added clarity.
I used to love our phone chats. I wish it was like before.
Now it can be. With the caption phone, go to RelayIndiana.com and call 334-1413
Hey, this is Rob. And this is Casey. It's the big day. Property tax rally at the State House at 1. Live broadcast before.
Monday, 9 until noon on 93 WIBC.
I want cuts, and I want a whole bunch of cuts. I had gotten the rap that somehow I wasn't full-on MAGA. All right, I'm probably not. What I am is full-on conservative. And when we talk about draining the swamp, guys, I've been wanting to drain the swamp my entire life. Now, I didn't call it Drain the Swamp. That's a great name for it. But taking a look at the largesse of government, taking a look at the abuse that large government creates because it isn't interested in providing for the people, it's interested in providing for the institutions. And as we've discussed, that's the issue. Does an institution provide value for the people, or does it provide value to ensure that the institution survives? This is the question that we should be asking. And if it's about the institution, cut/destroy. There's no need for that institution. Tony Katz today, great to be with you. Andrew Langer joins us right now. You hear him filling in right here on this program. He is a director of policy at the CPAC Foundation, a radio guy in his own right. And, you follow what, for example, groups like Doge are doing, or at least attempting to do, really where policy wonks like yourself, and I don't say that disparagingly, it's a fact is a fact is a fact. You are a wonky geek.
Well, listen, I revel in that. I mean, this is, getting down into the weeds when it comes to these policy issues. Because at the end of the day, that's what's important, right? It's It's where the rubber hits the road. I mean, elections, obviously, politics is interesting, and politics as a process is interesting. But at the end of the day, if we believe that elections matter, what that means is we're talking about the policies that are enacted and the changes that need to be made.
So it brings us to what DOJ has been doing, and a lot of pushback from the courts where somehow an unelected judge has decided that they know better how the president is allowed to act than the president himself. But let's start with what it is that DOJ has kind of put forward here. Where do we think that as a concept, DOJ is actually doing what it is we want it to do?
Well, to an extent. I mean, let's start with particularizing the problem, which Howard Lutnick really underscored with CBS just yesterday, which is this issue of the fact that in terms of federal government spending, we've never had more revenues than we have had even after the Trump tax cuts. $5 trillion a year in revenues coming into the federal coffers, yet we're spending $7 trillion a year. And that $2 trillion is simply not sustainable. So something needs to happen there. But then we get into the issue of the size and scope of the rules that are out there and how that adds to the federal budget, how that increases things. Joe Biden added almost $2 trillion in annual regulatory costs to the federal budget. And it's not a one-to-one thing, by the way. It just happens that they come out that way. But that's the reflection of the expansion of government power in each individual everyday life. And something needs to be done there. So, I had thought that DOJ was going to focus on the latter, on the regulatory side of things. That gets into the efficiency to an extent. And we can get into how the two do play together in terms of, as you said, the institution serving itself instead of the people. But the reality is there are very serious structural problems that we have to deal with in terms of our government, in terms of the size of our government, in terms of what that government spends. That's what DOJ is up to.
Talking to Andrew Langer, director doing policy work at the CPAC Foundation. It's the best I can do, man. I
understand. It's fine. Center for Regulatory Freedom at the CPAC Foundation.
Yeah, like Center for Regulatory Freedom is it's just very hard for me.
Literally the conversation I had with somebody, one of my colleagues yesterday, but right. Yeah, yes.
Which is why DOJ works so well. But the question before us was this idea of whether or not as a concept this works, because what we're getting now are we're able to see that we're noticing things and we're flagging things and here's an issue and there's a problem. But we then see this continuing resolution. And you soon realize that the continuing resolution, while it does have some cuts, non-military spending 8% below 2024 levels, it doesn't have the cuts that we're hearing about in the larger sense for DOJ. Why do these two things not come together?
Well, that's where it gets into the political process and the problems of the political process here. And one of the problems we have is that we should have returned many, many years ago to this concept of regular order, right? We haven't had a real legitimate budget and budgetary process in a very long time. And so it gets less left to these continuing resolutions, these omnibus bills, these cromnibus bills that are just huge and bloated and fraught with peril in terms of how they get done. Whereas the way we used to do it, which is the way that we should do it, are these individual appropriations processes, given a couple of different agencies or issue areas where they come together and they go through the budget committee hearings and folks talk about them. But the problem with the process as it stands now is, you get these omnibus bills that are so massive that you can gild the tree, as it were, or you don't get to the root of the problem, which is the issue of spending. That's why the reconciliation process is important, and it's important in terms of being able to cut spending, but also to deal with these other issues. There's a great guy named Matt Jensen who's at the America First Policy Institute, and he's talking about the aforementioned fiscal impacts, the budgetary impacts of regulation, the mandates and how they increase government spending, like the idea of mandating that the DOD buy green jet fuel from renewable resources, which is both strategically stupid, but also much, much more expensive than it might otherwise need to be. These are things that need to change. Let me just say this, Tony, real quick. One of my concerns, I'm a deliberative guy. You can sometimes hear it when I'm on the air as I'm sort of going through things and I'm sort of noodling through. I don't like doing things quickly. I don't like doing things in a crisis. I think we get bad policy as a result of it. I think the way, at least if I were doing it, I would set the goals, right? If I'm the president, I set the goals. I want X cut from the agency. I want X personnel cut from the agency. And you give the agency heads time to sort of figure out exactly where they're going to go. Now, that being said, I understand the urgency and the need for urgency now. As someone who tends to be more deliberative, I think things should be done a little bit more deliberately because there are all kinds of unintended consequences.
Right. This is the chainsaw scalpel conversation.
Right.
You saw Trump actually bring that up the other day to Langer. Let's see if I got it right. The Center for Regulatory Reform at the CPAC Foundation.
Close enough. Close enough for government work. Center for Regulatory Freedom.
Reform,
but again,
freedom. It's all the same.
This is the conversation that came up yesterday. What does regulatory freedom mean? Anyway, this is so just right now, it's fine. Director Center for Regulatory Reform is fine.
I just call you Andrew. It's what I do. I say I need a wonk. I need a wonk. I got a guy.
Right. Exactly. That was my title. I was just in the UK last week. I should have been known as Langer the Wonk.
Well, you were, just not to your face.
Yes.
Now we take a look going forward because Chuck Schumer got beat very badly on this continuing resolution, and he stood firm for about half a day before he realized it was over. And I have been making the argument that Hakeem Jeffries in the House, the leader of the Democrats in the House, Chuck Schumer, leader of the Democrats in the Senate, neither one of these men is a wartime consigliere. Or conciliary. You're not supposed to pronounce the G, as I'm told. They can't do this. The problem is, I don't think there's anybody else who can. So in the midst of their madness, which I'm going to be discussing a little bit later, is there an opportunity, go full Rahm Emanuel, never let a crisis go to waste, because it allows you to do things you wouldn't normally do? Is there an opportunity for Republicans to say, well, if we're going to actually cut, let's not be people who waste time. Let us indeed chainsaw and not scalpel, and then we can bring things back. But this is our opportunity to make things disappear.
And that's exactly why they're doing it now as a way of getting it done before the kind of accretion comes in, before the kind of morass sets in. And they got to do it. From what I understand, every day Donald Trump comes into work and he says, we've got X number of days left, 1 day less than we had yesterday. What are we getting done here? And that's important, right? You have to go and do these things and make the fundamental changes. I warn folks only because, of the unintended consequences, right? Which is to say, if you want to get out the entrenched bureaucrats who have no sympathy for reform, or who are in fact calling. In fact, this was a conversation that I had with a policy colleague last week. This idea of a new constituency of the bureaucracy that is driving the not just driving, but stifling the
Eugenics. That really works?
Since I started taking Eugenics, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text ENERGY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Eugenics Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone-boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Eugenics Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text ENRGY to 42424. That's ENERGY to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
It's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard with a qualifying plan. You can choose an iPhone 14 or a Samsung Galaxy for $0. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. No hassle, no gimmicks, just honest-to-goodness wireless price right. Dial pound 250. Pure Talk. Claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with a qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, which is America's wireless company. Visit puretalk.com for details.
Emmer and Nigel here, inviting you to join us as we kick off the weekend every Friday around 5:45 with Beer Sample Friday, brought to you by our friends at Thompson Furniture and Mattress in Columbus.
The Indianapolis Public Library. More than just books. Visit your local branch today.
Make this your year. Looking for a new career in the high-demand fields of IT, cybersecurity, and AI? Attend classes live, online, or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
Addiction. It's hard on those who struggle with it, but those who love the addict need support too. Matt Baer and Ryan Hedrick provide help and hope with Supporting Sobriety. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts and on WIBC.com.
So Dr. Oz right now, that's right, Mehmet Oz, who lost the Senate race to John Fetterman. He was the nominee for President Trump to lead the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS. And he is speaking to Sheldon Whitehouse, the senator from Rhode Island, the nasty guy, the guy who belonged to the country club that didn't allow black people. That was Sheldon Whitehouse, right? Well, if you want to know who Ted Knight's character in Caddyshack was modeled after, Sheldon Whitehouse. That's Sheldon Whitehouse. Tony Katz today, and he's there, confirmation hearing of Dr. Mehmet Oz to run Medicare and Medicaid services, and he says this.
So I'm going to be on you like a ferret to get this fixed. It is totally unfair. Bacchus Hospital is probably a 25-minute drive into Connecticut from Westerly Hospital in Rhode Island.
Gonna stop you. No. I'm gonna stop you right there. I am a guy who likes a good turn of phrase. Oh, you bet I do. You bet I do. This?
I'm going to be on you like a ferret to get this fixed. It is totally...
I think that's Dr. Oz laughing. What does that even mean? I'm going to be on you like a ferret? That's an Urban Dictionary thing, right? Like nobody's ever said that. No one's ever used that expression. Well, that's a little comic relief, I guess. I guess Dr. Oz is going to get the gig. Keep it here. This is Tony Katz today.
Are you thinking this year I want to look and feel better and get my hair back? We Grow Hair Indy can help you do just that. I'm Rob, and I got my hair back at We Grow Hair Indy. Here's Darren Andrews, clinic director, to tell you why I chose them.
For nearly 20 years, we've helped thousands of clients grow their hair back, and we can help you. We're one of only 2 places in the entire country to offer the ARTIS robotic FUE and multi-unit hair grafting.
I got multi-unit hair grafting. I love the results and cannot believe how much hair I got back. I can't recommend them enough. Call right now, 317-522-2995 for a free evaluation. Great technology, great company, great people, great results. Go to WeGrowHairIndy.com, See my results and call 317-522-2995. 317-522-2995. Don't you want to say, I got my hair back?
Spring in Indy, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint, and the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house, and all the pillars and everything. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
Visit Rhino Shield's booth at the Flower and Patio Show and learn about their 25-year transferable warranty protection. Plus, receive a free prize.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and if you don't want to paint the house, that would be the way to go.
Here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
This offer is limited, so call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint.
Don't vinyl.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Blood, sweat, tears. At Bill Estes, we know it takes hard work and years of doing the right thing to build a business people can depend on. That's why we don't make empty promises and expect your trust. Estes earns it. From Ford F-150s and Toyota Tacomas to Ram 1500s and Chevy Silverados, we have the trucks you'll love at prices you can believe in. But don't just take our word for it. Your trust means something. Estes earns it. BillEstes.com.
Hi, it's T. Brian Hayes here from the Retirement Money Matter Show. It is time for our question and answer show for March, and we have many great questions to answer this month. We have a question about how to pass on a home to children. We also have questions on the future of higher tax rates and the effects they could have on your retirement plan, and one on how to save properly for retirement. Find out the answer to these questions and many more on the Retirement Money Matter Show, which airs this Saturday morning at 6 a.m. right here on WIBC.
Big Joe here. You've heard me talk about Absolute Comfort and the Mitsubishi electric ductless mini splits for years. This energy-efficient way to heat and cool your home is a game changer. These systems are smart and can detect when someone is in the room and adjust to your activity. Visit Absolute Comfort at the Flower and Patio Show, booth 382 in the West Pavilion across from the Beer Garden. Ask for Jeremy or Chris to answer all your questions. Absolute Comfort, your trusted American Standard Mitsubishi Electric Elite Ductless Pro dealer.
Up to 100 times more potent than morphine, the tiniest amount of illegal fentanyl is all it takes to cause an overdose. Learn more at cdc.gov/overdose.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
There are 48 million unpaid family caregivers in the United States. Visit aarp.org/caregiving to access a free guide to help navigate your caregiving journey.
Broadcasting from the Technology Recycler Studios, this is Indy's Mobile News, 93 WIBC, WIBC HD1 Indianapolis. The news starts now.
Dr. Oz is on the Capitol Hill Grill. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. A confirmation hearing for Dr. Mehmet Oz, the physician and TV personality nominated to lead the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services.
I commit to doing whatever I can, working tirelessly to ensure that CMS provides Americans with access to superb care.
Democrats are concerned about the potential impact of government efficiency efforts and spending cuts. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden.
Since you cherish Medicaid, will you agree to oppose cuts in the Medicaid program?
I cherish Medicaid, and I've worked within the Medicaid environment quite extensively, as I highlighted, practicing at Columbia University.
That's not the question, Doctor. The question is, will you oppose cuts to this program you say you cherish? Time's short.
Oz responding, the way to protect Medicaid is to ensure it's viable at every level. The Senate set to vote today on a House-passed bill to avoid a government shutdown after Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer abandoned his push for an alternate proposal, winning praise from President Trump, who says that took guts and courage.
Schumer's decision is a break with House Democratic leaders who opposed the Republican spending plan earlier this week. But the New York Democrats says allowing a shutdown would give President Trump more power over federal agencies and staffing.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Current funding runs out at midnight tonight. Republicans need at least 8 Democrat votes to break a Senate filibuster. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's cautiously optimistic about a ceasefire for Ukraine after a U.S. envoy met with Russia's President Putin.
We continue to recognize this is a difficult and complex situation. It will not be easy. It will not be simple.
but we certainly feel like we're at least some steps closer to ending this war and bringing peace.
Russia is claiming it's taken back a key town in part of its Kursk region, where President Putin says he'd guarantee the safety of Ukrainian troops if they surrender there. America is listening to Fox News.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level, on the go.
It hasn't begun yet, but it will soon. We're now up to 70 degrees in the Circle City under a partly cloudy sky. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 102. Storms supposed to hit Indiana this evening.
The first of the storms will come in from the west near our Illinois-Indiana border.
Cody Moore with the National Weather Service in Indianapolis believes that will happen between 9 and 11 tonight. They could be at their worst when you're asleep. The Weather Service giving an update at 2 o'clock. Indy Mayor Joe Hogsett is short $60,000. Ryan Hedrick explains why the mayor is a little lighter in the wallet.
It's being called a simple accounting mistake because the city was supposed to match Mayor Hogsett's $7,500 yearly contributions to his retirement fund, but the payments never went through. The error was caught during a review of city-county salaries in 2023. To make things right, the county auditor is sending Hogsett payments over 3 years. Ryan Hedrick, 93 WIBC Mobile News.
In the Big Ten men's basketball tournament over at Gainbridge Fieldhouse, Purdue plays Michigan tonight at about 9 o'clock. Also, the Indiana Pacers face the Philadelphia 76ers at 7 this evening on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. It's 103, your traffic and weather in 2 minutes.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
One of the real advantages that we have here at Hendricks is the scope of the services that we have to offer in orthopedics.
Whether they have a hip fracture or they're a high-functioning athlete, we're all working towards the same thing.
To have them be able to have an elective surgery safely and then go home also in a safe fashion is of utmost importance.
We very much want everyone to get back to doing everything that they were doing beforehand. We're really invested in it.
Unstoppable orthopedic care. Learn more at hendricks.org/ortho.
It's time to throw your overpriced big wireless contract overboard. With a qualifying plan, you can choose an iPhone 14 or a Samsung Galaxy for $0. Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team will make the switch in as little as 10 minutes. No hassle, no gimmicks, just honest-to-goodness wireless price right. Dial pound 250, you say the keywords Pure Talk, claim your new iPhone or Galaxy with a qualifying purchase from Pure Talk, which is America's wireless company. Visit puretalk.com for details.
WIBC traffic at 105. Closures because of the St. Patrick's Day Parade on Meridian Street, New York Street, North Street, and Pennsylvania Street. We've also got some slow traffic on I-465 and I-69. The forecast from the American Standard Heating Weather Center.
Warm and windy for the day today, near record high of 80 degrees, but showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight, some of which could be on the stronger side. I'm Wish TV Storm Track 8 meteorologist Tara Hastings for 93 WIBC.
And I'm John Herrick on the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com. It is 106. Back to Tony Katz today.
Live from the heartland and the crossroads of America, it's Tony Katz Today.
committee to write and pass serious bipartisan spending bills for this current fiscal year. It was no easy feat. We had less resources at our disposal to make use of, and we had even more challenges to address. But we managed to work together, Senator Collins and I and our committee members, and we cleared all of but one of our bills overwhelmingly in committee, and many of those bills cleared on unanimous votes. Then come November, after the election, I was pushing very hard to get our funding bills done and wrapped up by the end of the year. My Democratic colleagues and even many of my Republican colleagues wanted to get that done. But Speaker Johnson and Trump chose to kick the can down the road. They chose to. Trump reportedly wanted to make sure his fingerprints were on our spending bills for this fiscal year. And the Speaker not only wanted to, of course, please Trump, he was worried about how a messy funding fight might complicate his path to becoming Speaker again.
So you mean there are politics involved in Washington, D.C., Senator Murray? This is your great revelation there as you speak to the Senate, that there were that something may have been done for political purposes? Dear Lord. Dear Lord. By the way, this is what clouds sound like, right? When cloud cover comes?
Just walked away and blew that deal up at the last minute. Why? I'll tell you. Because the richest man in the world sent a bunch of completely inaccurate tweets. And instead of saying, you know what? Actually, Elon, you have no clue what you're talking about. These are programs that help my constituents. House Republicans said, let's put this guy in charge.
All I know is I listened to her and I just feel very, very sad. Tony Katz. Tony Katz today. What are you doing? 833-GOT-TONY, 833-468-8669, 833-GOT-TONY. That's how you get to be a part of the show. They're having this debate about whether or not they're going to vote for this continuing resolution. Allow me to be clear. Allow me to be as clear as I can. They're going to vote for this. Of course they are. Schumer said as much. He said after standing tall, he's like, I'm going to vote for this. Let us note exactly how this went. This was Chuck Schumer stating very, very clearly that all these wascally Republicans, I'm assuming he refers to them as wascally, are terrible and awful. This continuing resolution is just cutting this and cutting that, and it's a threat to society, and it's a threat to civilization, and we simply cannot have it. We are not gonna have this spending cut. It's 8% below 2024 levels on non-military spending. But you understand that overall, Chuck Schumer and Democrats are opposed to spending, allegedly. Yet it was just a couple of years ago when a guy named Barack Obama thought cutting might be a good idea.
Everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions. And that includes cutting back on billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about. But what should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody. Waste we should be getting rid of, even if we didn't have a deficit. Sure, some of these cuts aren't that big, but no amount of waste is acceptable. Not when it's your money. Not at the time when so many Americans are already cutting back. Just as
I just want to say for the record that I'd vote for that guy. I'd vote for a guy who wanted to cut waste and spending and said it was your money and you should be able to keep your money. Was that really Barack Obama? Hold on a second. Let me go back and see a photo. Let me go see if I can. Oh, yeah, I guess it was. I guess why? Wow. Wow. You mean like a decade ago, Democrats were down for cutting spending. And now you've got Chuck Schumer saying, how dare you cut spending? It's amazing, isn't it? Amazing how things have changed and people have changed and people have turned. And here he was, Chuck Schumer, the leader of the Democrats in the Senate, the former Senate Majority Leader. And he was saying, no, we aren't going to vote for this. We will have no part of this whatsoever. We're not voting for this continuing resolution. Oh, no. Then reality punched him in the face. I don't know if I have the sound of reality punching him in the face. Wait, is this it?
Yes. Yes.
No, I don't think that's it. It's not.
Oh,
that's
God.
not. No. I don't think that's Chuck. No. Maybe Nancy Pelosi, but that definitely wasn't Chuck Schumer. I'm pretty sure, or I hope. I'm only hoping that wasn't Chuck Schumer right there. No, this was Chuck Schumer. No, that's also not it, and that's not it. We get the boys in the control room to hit the right sound. It'd be terrific. I don't know. I thought I had it. But he was tough. We're not going to vote for this continuing resolution. We're not going to vote to support Donald Trump and that billionaire Elon Musk. We're not going to help these millionaires and billionaires. Well, that was yesterday for like an hour. And then he comes to the floor, the well of the Senate.
Now, over the last 2 months, the United States has confronted a very bitter truth. The federal government has been taken over by a nihilist. Donald Trump, in 2 months, has taken a blowtorch to our country and wielded chaos like a weapon. Republicans in Congress, meanwhile, have caved to his every whim. The grand old party has devolved into a crowd of Trump sycophants and MAGA radicals who want to burn everything to the ground.
Let's just stop for a moment. He said nihilist. He means nihilist, right? He's basically going full Big Lebowski, and people are going to be losing their Johnson and all this kind of thing. And then, of course, the standard line, Republicans doing whatever it is Trump says to do. Chuck Schumer did everything Joe Biden said to do. Nope. I'm sorry. You're right. Chuck Schumer did anything he wanted to because Joe Biden didn't know what was going on. But there is at no time where the Senate Majority Leader wasn't doing what the president was looking to do and moving forward on policy. And there's certainly no time where the Democrats weren't in lockstep with other Democrats. This is silliness. But this is just the start of his, oh, woe is me, groveling moment.
Look no further than what Doge is doing. Now Republicans' nihilism has brought us to the brink of disaster. Unless Congress acts, the federal government will shut down tomorrow at midnight. I have said many times there are no winners in a government shutdown, but there are certainly victims, the most vulnerable Americans who rely on federal programs to feed their families, to access medical care, and to stay financially afloat. Communities that depend on government services to function will suffer, and suffer greatly. This week, Democrats offered a sensible way out. Fund the government for another month to give appropriators more time to do their jobs. Republicans rejected this proposal outright.
Good. Republicans didn't need to accept his proposal. He's got no power. He's neutered. And as we have now seen in the past 36 hours, he can't run the Democratic Party. Everything he is about to discuss is nothing more than the tantrum of a child who has lost the battle for who gets to either control the remote control or whether or not he can ride his bike or who gets to decide the movie on movie night. Chuck Schumer lost, and he knows it.
Why did they reject it? Because Donald Trump doesn't want the appropriators to do their job. He wants full control over government spending. He isn't the first president who wants this, but he's the first president to cower his party into submission so that Republican rejection leads us to a decision. That Republican rejection leads us to a decision. And it's not really a decision, it's a Hobson's choice. Either proceed with the bill before us or risk Donald Trump throwing America into the chaos of a shutdown.
Nancy Pelosi did not allow debate on the floor. When she was speaker, she was such a strong speaker, did not allow debate. Not amendments or anything else. No. There was no actual process. There was only her iron fist. So what is Chuck Schumer talking about here? You know and I know he's not talking about anything that provides any value. Nothing. What does he say at the end of all of this? It is better for the American people, to protect the American people, that we vote for this continuing resolution than have a shutdown. Allow me to share what is going on. He may not know it. Somewhere he might still believe that he is in charge. And it is possible that no other Democrat wants to be in charge, so he gets to de facto be in charge. But Chuck Schumer can't lead these people. Chuck Schumer got beat. And Chuck Schumer got beat badly. And Chuck Schumer embarrassed himself and humiliated the Democratic Party because he did not have all his ducks in a row and he did not have 7 Democrats with him to not cross over, right? They weren't going to cross over. You need 7 votes to get to cloture to be able to get out of a discussion or get into a debate, get out of the debate, and then get to a vote. He was saying Democrats weren't going to do it, and then Democrats were like, I'll probably do it. And that's when he realized he was beat. He lost. Trump won, and he lost. Trump was better at the politics, engaging better with his people, and created a situation that would lead to the Democrats being guilty of a government shutdown. You understand as well as I, that's a huge part of this. They wanted to try and place the blame on Republicans, and there was simply nowhere to run. There was no wiggle room. He's guilty. Clear as day. And realizing that, he had already opened up his mouth and said, we're not going to pass this. And now he had to come back to the floor, tail between his legs. I believe the term that they use is tucked. And said, I'll vote for it because Trump's so terrible I have to vote for it. The Democratic Party is in full-on disarray. And not only do you have this world-class capitulation from Chuck Schumer, you have Representative Ocasio-Cortez outraged.
For folks who are concerned about effectiveness in government, this Republican extreme spending bill removes all of the guardrails and all of the accountability measures to ensure that money is being spent in the way that Congress has directed for it to be spent. This turns the federal government into a slush fund for Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It sacrifices congressional authority, and it is deeply partisan. And so to me, it is almost unthinkable why Senate Democrats would vote to hand the few pieces of leverage that we have away for free when we've been sent here to protect Social Security, protect Medicaid, and protect Medicare.
And that's why I'm running for Senate. Oh, did she not say that? Because that's what she was saying. Anybody who's been at this game for more than an hour, knows that's exactly what she was saying. She was saying Chuck Schumer's weak and I ain't weak. Chuck Schumer caved and I won't cave. Chuck Schumer is a progressive in name only, not me. I'm Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and if you tell me that I should just tattoo a hammer and sickle to my forehead, I'll do it. Vote for me. That's what she was saying. When I tell you that Chuck Schumer has, what was it, Cougar from Top Gun? He lost the edge, had to turn in his wings. Him and Hakeem Jeffries, I've been discussing this now for days. They lost. And they know it. And the rest of the party knows it. And now the fight for leadership has begun. Telling you that's happening. I'm Tony Katz, and this is Tony Katz Today.
Life moves fast.
Another new directive from Donald Trump.
President Trump will not be deterred to make our federal government more efficient.
So does the news.
We expect those meetings to take place very soon.
Decisions made today.
Kash Patel confirmed as the next director of the FBI.
Could impact you tomorrow.
Accountability and transparency.
What's next?
You never know what's going to happen.
Need to know what happened.
We're already tracking it. Stay in the know while you're on the go on 93 WIBC.
Hey, Bill, where you been? You're overdue for a haircut.
Man, listen, my water pipes burst and flooded my house. Place a mess. I've been staying with my daughter till I can figure out what to do.
You trying to fix it and move back in?
No way. It's too big a mess. It'll cost me tens of thousands of dollars. I ain't got that kind of money.
You trying to sell it then?
Well, that's what I'd like to do, but who's going to buy my house in this condition?
Did you call Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters?
Simple Quarters bought our house when we were in a jam. We needed to move real quick. They closed fast and gave us cash.
Simple Quarters will buy in any condition?
That's right. They buy as is. You don't have to repair anything or clean anything out. It's simple.
What do I have to do?
Just call them. They'll do a quick walkthrough, then they'll make you an offer.
Simple Quarters is a local Christian company that loves to help people in difficult situations. Call Simple Quarters at 317-900-HOME. That's 317-900-HOME. Check us out at simplequarters.com.
If you drink vodka and haven't tried Barkeep vodka yet, you're missing out. It's the cleanest vodka ever, smoothest vodka I've ever had, and a much better value than almost all the other top shelf vodkas.
Switch to Barkeep because it's made in Indy and distilled with corn from Indiana farmers. These guys are all about local, and they truly have made a better product. We've had it. It's awesome. Pick up a bottle at Indiana grocery stores, liquor stores, or visit barkeepvodka.com for a list of locations.
The deals and specials are sizzling hot. It's the Central Indiana Gun and Knife Show this Saturday and Sunday at the Boone County Fairgrounds in Lebanon. The best dealers in the region. Hundreds of tables. Just $6 for adults. Kids 12 and under get in free. Must be 18 or accompanied by an adult. Buy, sell, trade. This Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Boone County Fairgrounds in Lebanon. For more info, visit CentralIndianaGunShows.com.
It's Kubota Orange Days. From America's #1 selling compact tractor to zero-turn mowers and versatile RTVs, get your perfect match delivered to your door. Now through June 30th, get zero down, 0% APR for 84 months or up to $3,000 off select compact tractors. See the details at KubotaOrangeDays.com.
Stop by McAllister Machinery in Fishers and Indianapolis to see their full line of Kubota, or visit them online at McAllisterKubota.com.
During tax season, your info travels lots of places you can't control.
W-2 arriving from payroll platform 3.
Everything criminals need to steal your identity is on your W-2.
Last call for accountant and home office, 1 minute.
LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points per second.
Tax preparation data centers with service to IRS. All aboard.
If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com. Terms apply.
From a fast break to recovery, Indiana hospitals are here for every Hoosier, regardless of their ability to pay. That's why we're teaming up with legislators on a winning playbook to lower costs and protect access to care across our communities. Because good policy doesn't leave anyone on the sidelines. Learn more at HoosierLifeline.com.
Paid for by the Indiana Hospital Association.
Hammer and Nigel show back at it this afternoon. We start at 3:06. It's Beer Sample Friday. We'll have some barguments, and we're keeping our eye on the weather. 93 WIBC.
Turns out that drinking alcohol is just great for you. I mean, terrific.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Now that was definitely Chuck Schumer. Tony Katz. This was published just the other day. Surprisingly good for your cholesterol. Harvard University leading the study. Okay, that never trust Harvard. Included 58,000 adults in Japan who were followed for up to a year utilizing a database of medical records from routine checkups. And what researchers found is that when people switched from being non-drinkers to drinkers, they saw a drop in their LDL cholesterol, the bad cholesterol. The good cholesterol, HDL, went up when they began going gluggity glug glug glug. It beat out improvements typically seen with medication. I'm going to say this again. Bourbon will save your life. I believe, according to the legal people, I'm supposed to say in moderation, check with your doctor. Don't get medical advice from Tony Katz. He's not a doctor, although he does own a stethoscope, and he's willing to give the exam. It's just another one of these stories that everything they tell you, they don't know what they're saying. Never tell me the science is settled. Eggs will kill you. Eggs are great. Coffee is the enemy. Coffee's fantastic. Drinking will destroy your life. Drinking will make your heart go boom, boom, boom for another 5 to 72 years. Enjoy, kids. By the way, that was the heartbeat. That was my impression right there. Wasn't bad. Wasn't great. Wasn't bad. You couldn't do better. Talk to me like that. People don't know. Listen to your doctor. Listen to yourself. Do the best you can. You know when you're overdoing. If you don't, well, that's a sign of a problem. But bourbon good. By the way, my show, Eat, Drink, Smoke, eatdrinksmokeshow.com. Check it out.
93 WIBC Mobile News. On the level. On the go.
She hopes you heed her warning. I'm John Herrick. Here's what's trending at 1:30. Storms are supposed to hit Indiana tonight.
Stay weather aware, have multiple ways to get warnings, and know where to go whenever you get that warning.
Forecaster Casey Susan with the National Weather Service says another storm could hit Indiana Saturday, followed by a cold front this weekend. She says damaging winds, tornadoes, and heavy rain are all possible. The National Weather Service is providing an update at 2 o'clock. The deadline for a government shutdown is at midnight. The Senate plans to vote today on a bill that will keep the government funded through the end of September. Men's college basketball conference tournaments continue today. The ACC, Big East, and Big 12 all playing semifinal games tonight. The Big 10 and the SEC tournaments are all playing their quarterfinal games today. The Big 10 tournament, of course, going on at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in downtown Indianapolis. On the level, on the go, and on WIBC.com.
Think of everything you do to provide for your family. A home, food on the table, healthcare, vacations, and saving for your kids' education. It's all good as long as you're alive, but it's only a drop in the bucket of what they'll need if you die without life insurance. Buying term life insurance is not something you can afford to put off. Call the Term Lifeline now for the lowest possible rates on quality term life insurance. Term life rates are at all-time lows, and we can save you up to 70%. If you already have coverage, you could be paying too much. One call could save you thousands of dollars. We have great rates for smokers, too, or if you have health problems. Providing for today is good, but it's not enough if you die prematurely. Call the Term Lifeline today for a free quote. Protect your family and see if you could save up to 70%.
866-549-TERM. 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 That's 866-549-8376.
If the new year means it's time for new flooring in your home, Brothers Floor Covering is ready to help. Brand new carpet, hardwoods, laminates, and luxury vinyl plank in stock now. Plus, Brothers Floor Covering can get you new flooring installed in as little as 2 weeks. Visit Brothers Floor Covering today at their new location, 8550 North Michigan Road. Discover why buying local means getting more, not paying more. Get the flooring of your dreams installed now. Go to brothers-floorcovering.com. That's brothers-floorcovering.com.
The Indianapolis Ballet, the Indianapolis Symphony Orchestra, and Clues Memorial Hall unite to present the timeless classic ballet, Swan Lake, March 28th and 29th. This collaboration features gorgeous costumes and sets, with full orchestra bringing to life Tchaikovsky's beautiful score, and conducted by the ISO's Jack Everly. Don't miss Indianapolis Ballet's Swan Lake at Clues Hall, March 28th and 29th. Tickets on sale at indieballet.org.
Good times are always in stock at Crown Liquors and have been since 1989. For a limited time, get throwback pricing. Svedka vodka half gallons are only $9.99. Basil Hayden bourbon only $29.99. Jack Daniel's 750s only $17.99. Premium Don Julio Reposado only $39.99. And Kendall Jackson Chardonnay only $10.99. Pick up ice cold 12 packs of Corona Modelo Family only $17.99. Huge savings on top sellers at Crown Liquors.
Build your cybersecurity skills and prep for thousands of open positions employers are desperate to fill. Attend classes live online or on campus. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify.
You let him try violin because you love him. And if you love him that much, love him enough to make sure he's buckled up and in the back seat. Find out more at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Property tax rally at the State House at 1. Live broadcast before.
Monday, 9 until noon on 93 WIBC.
I am not a drinker. I don't think people know that